Check, check, check.
Good evening, Peralta community. Apologies for being a little bit tardy. It is currently 6:13. We are so excited to be here, the first board meeting of fall 2022, and we look forward to seeing many of you when you all come back to attend our board meetings going forward at some point soon. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, Vice President Delphine Polk.
President Reese, I apologize. We're actually missing 2 board members, or 3. I'm looking.
No, we have Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen. We see Trustee Withrow.
Oh, is he on? Because I did not see Withrow
Yes.
originally.
Yeah, I'm looking straight at him, at his tile.
Okay. Oh, there he. Okay. All right. Then you've got.
So
a
we
quorum.
have 4 people. So we're good.
Yes.
Thank you, Sasha, and thank you for checking me because I didn't make those errors. All right, let's go on to 4.2, the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, VP Delphine Polk. 4.3, roll call.
One second. Student Trustee Hogan.
Here.
Student Trustee Latino.
Here.
Trustee Withrow.
Here.
Trustee Jenkins. Trustee Handy.
Here.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen.
Here.
Trustee Delphine Polk.
Here.
Trustee Napoli Bellarice.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's move on to 4.4, affirmation of the statement of cooperation. As per usual, over the course of the last 2 years, we, the Board of Trustees, have been engaging in a process of reflection to improve our effectiveness as a board. As a result, we have conducted a critical review of our work over the last several years through a formal self-evaluation, established meaningful goals, and though we have the full statement of cooperation attached to the agenda, in summary, we have committed to 3 things. And those 3 things are to build trust and seek to understand each other, to be prepared and follow good governance and ethical protocols, and number 3, model the behavior we want others to exhibit. All right, let's go to 4.5, report of action taken in closed session. VP Delphine Polk.
Yes, we have one thing to report out from closed session. I'm going to move this away because it seems really loud. Madam President, at tonight's closed session, the board voted on the following items. 2.3, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, Government Code Section 54957. Number one, recommend terminate employment agreement for employee 1645. The motion was made by trustee Withrow, seconded by President Reese. Ayes 5, noes 0, abstention 0, and trustee Jenkins was absent.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Let's go to 4.7, approval, 4.6, approval of the agenda. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, trustee Withrow. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, VP Delphine Polk. Roll call?
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins, trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. Let's go to 4.7, approval of the minutes. Motion, please.
So moved.
Thank you, trustee Withrow. Trustees, I need a
I'll
second.
second.
Thank you, trustee Gonzalez UN. Roll call?
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
student trustee student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins, trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Let's go to 4.8, one of our favorite parts of the agenda, associated student government reports. Do we have our student leaders in the virtual room?
We do, it's supposed to be, I have it down as Mazin Saeed.
Mazen?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
Hi,
Yes.
Mazen.
Hi. So I have a couple of things. So in terms of ASBCC at Berkeley City College, this week myself and the executive board have and will be continuing to conduct interviews with students who applied for ASBCC. By early next week, students who applied should hear a response from the ASBCC board. Our goal this year is to ensure that ASBCC has a full board. On top of that, with a full board, we want with our goal this year with a full board is to ensure that we appoint students on all participatory governance committees so that students' voices can be heard. In terms of Berkeley City College events that are happening this week and next week, Club Rush will be happening next week, Wednesday, the 21st from 12:20 to 1:20 in the atrium, where students can promote and join clubs. Latin Heritage Month starts this week, September 13th during college hour, which was today where we had Radio 2050 in the student lounge. Mid-Autumn Festival is occurring this week. The API Lead Club will be passing out mooncakes throughout this week from Monday the 12th to Friday the 15th. Also, we have our food pantry every Thursdays from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. where we hand out fresh groceries and household pantry items to students and faculty. On top of that, students who applied and who were accepted for the BART Clipper cards will be able to pick up their Clipper cards from the welcome desk. This Clipper card is separated from the AC Transit Clipper card, where BCC students can get an AC Transit Clipper card from our cashier's office. And then finally, the ASBCC approved funding for 2 students. The students' names is Noel and also me. And we will be attending the National Congressional Black Caucus in Washington, D.C. During the week of Wednesday, the 28th of September to Sunday, October the 2nd, alongside Peralta trustee Handy and EOPS coordinator, Miss Ramona, and a few other students from the Peralta district. We have a very intriguing and packed schedule, and we are extremely excited to attend this conference. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Do we have any other student leaders? Madam Board Clerk?
I do not see any other hands raised for student leaders to speak.
Okay, sounds good. Let's go to 4.9, District Academic Center Report. Donald? President Moore?
Oh, thank you. Usually the classified Senate is before me, so.
You're actually right on my agenda. You're 4.9, but should we go to our regular chronology, or not chronology, but agenda? Why don't we go to, right, I would put the agenda out of order because 4.9 is District Academic Senate and 4.10 is Peralta Classified. It's flip-flopped. Yeah, okay. You're first. President Moore.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just threw me. My apologies, President Bellaris and members of the board. Well, we're in spring, not spring, fall, fall semester, and we've been going strong these past few weeks, and at least on some of the campuses, the energy look very, I think, energized in terms of the students who've been milling about on the campus, going to classes for those who are taking face-to-face. And at Laney College, I've run into twice students lining up to get their free lunches. So I think that's been tremendous. And I'm certain that I've seen them going in and out of the library as well. So I think the energy is there. I just think that we need to, as a district, decide when, as a district, we're going to be going back face to face. I want to congratulate those campuses that have decided to try to provide some incentives for students to come to class, to sign up. And I think it's been interesting because the mixture that I have of my students, a good third of them seem to be students who have post-bac students who have finished their undergraduate and are in their first jobs and are trying to decide whether or not to go to graduate school or to go to a professional school. And so they're sampling different courses, and some of them are in mine. That's been a different, I think I've seen. And then obviously we get our traditional students that we get from the high schoolers to the students who haven't been in school for years and years and years. And there's some heartfelt stories that we've heard of students who decided to come back because they had just a couple of more courses that they needed to take care of. So I think that that's been a real bonanza for this free college or $500 or whatever other things that were offered. I look forward to the spring and seeing how we might be able to encourage more students to attend, but I just wanted to acknowledge and to applaud the efforts that the colleges are making. I think that thinking out of the box in terms of enrollment is really what we need to achieve. So I'm happy that folks had different resources that they were able to do so. I think that one thing I would like to mention is that in our PBC meeting, which is our budget meeting that we had this month, there was some issues that were brought up in terms of the budget in Skiff and some calculations that were incorrect. And as a result, there's some pending issues that need to be decided. And as I'm aware that the budget that's going to be presented to you today is going to ask the question of how we might be able to address these shortfalls. And in looking at it at PBC, we were we were recognizing that it can't be one of these four. It probably have to be a collage of these four different areas to look at. We certainly have been, moving along here with our savings from salaries, but I think that we really need to make sure that we have a mixture of different ways of trying to address the shortfalls that they mentioned. And certainly, if we have a 16, 17% reserve, that we might be able to tap into that a little bit too, because the board had specified the 10%. So you guys have an interesting issue to deal with. One thing on the budget that I continue to bring up at the PBC is the student debt. As we move forward, the board, I think, needs to reconsider whether or not they want to have to maintain this program. The board affirmed a couple of years ago that they wanted to continue with it. But the problem is that we're upwards of $30 million now that we have on our student debt. And the reality of it is even if we try to collect and we have a third party that collects, if they're collecting 25 cents on the dollar, I would be really surprised. And so the reality of it is that the program itself doesn't do an effective job of collecting back the money that we allow for students in terms of their debt. And so we shouldn't allow it to get to the point where it's 30 million. And so in a given year, we have to basically write off $1 million or $2 million or $5 million. We were able to wipe off 2 years ago or a year ago about 7 million of that debt that came from the COVID. But we can't continue to sustain that and still have the resources that are so needed for our current student success and the programs and activities that we are doing. So my hope is that the board, as they're looking at the budget this year, could give some direction to the administration about whether or not that's a viable one to continue. We can always keep on paying more and more and more from the general fund, but any type of way that we could minimize how much we're expended in the general fund for those kinds of things, I think would be really, really, really beneficial. So anyhow, my point to this is that we're having the budget approved this September. The governance process is also working on it. We are going to be working with CM and really putting forward the new resource allocation model. So all of those things are positive things that we are moving forward with, and I hope that they do continue. And so I look forward to the board's efforts to try to address these issues, and you're going to hear later on about the ACC-JC letter. My hope is that we get off of our process that we have with the ACC-JC, and I know that folks have been working on it diligently, so I look forward to hearing the results. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Donald. Let's move to 4.10, Peralta Classified Senate Report.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can. You're a bit
Okay.
slight.
Good evening, President Reese, Vice President Delphin Polk, members of the Board of Trustees, Chancellor Jackson, presidents, and guests. Tonight we have 3 classified Senate campus reports. The first report comes from the Berkeley City College Classified Senate. The BCC Senate had its first meeting of the semester on September 7th. Currently, the classified leadership team is encouraging the incorporation of Senate officers to further support the goals of classified staff. A fall retreat for all classified professionals is in the planning stages, and the theme will center around team building and goals for this year. The second report comes from the Merritt College Classified Senate. The Merritt Classified Senate is conducting a classified climate survey until September 31st to identify classified needs and concerns that will help us to analyze the effectiveness of our current processes and working conditions, and assist us with professional development planning that will be beneficial to all Merritt Classified over time. Merritt will be hosting a classified forum with the partnership resource team on September 27th from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. We encourage all Merritt Classified professionals to attend the forum to discuss possible ways to expand the leadership skills and professional expertise of our classified professionals. The Classified Senate would like to thank President Johnson, Vice President Denise Richardson, and Vice President Lilia Chavez for their dedication, work, and commitment towards professional development opportunities for the classified professionals of Merritt College. We appreciate the opportunity that classified professional development has become the focus of the IEPI grant for Merritt. In conclusion, Merritt Classified Senate would like to express its sincerest gratitude and appreciation for all Merritt Classified professionals. We recognize that the advocacy of the Senate rests upon the unity and solidarity of our classifieds, and we acknowledge that the efforts of the Senate are predicated upon the voices and support of our classified professionals. Therefore, we would like to take this time to recognize the efforts, the dedication, and commitment of all Merritt Classified professionals. We, the Merritt Classified Senate, are proud to serve on your behalf. The third and last report comes from the Laney College Classified Senate. On behalf of the Laney College Classified Senate and classified professionals, we would like to thank everyone for their hard work in making the hashtag Fall is Free rollout a huge success at Laney College. Since its launch in July, classified professionals have gone above and beyond to assist students with questions ranging from enrolling, applying for the FAFSA, admissions and records, counseling, acquiring Chromebooks, and many other areas advertised with the hashtag Fall is Free campaign. Enrollment is up at Laney, and let's hope hashtag Spring is Free will bring even more students to our campus to take classes, with the hope of increasing FTES numbers to pre-pandemic levels. The August 13th and 20th one-stop Saturday events were a massive success, with a total of over 400 students signed in for services. Thank you to all who made these 2 days a success: classified professionals, student assistants, custodial, faculty, and administration. Lastly, the excessive temperatures on campus work sites have been unbearable. On Tuesday, September 6th, the Laney campus was closed due to extreme heat over 100 degrees in Oakland. This has been an ongoing problem throughout the Laney campus for the last 3 to 5 years. Classified professionals have voiced their concerns to administration, but this continues to be an issue in work areas throughout the campus. In the summer, May to June, and Indian summer, September to October, and often November, air conditioning is non-existent. Some office temperatures are well over 80 degrees. During the winter months, the temperatures are the total opposite. Employees are forced to run personal heaters just to stay warm, which, depending on the circumstances, can be against the fire code. In closing, Laney College's strategic goal number 4, which is to cultivate a culture of belonging, pride, and self-reflection for continuous improvement. The objective is objective 4.1. Ensure all the facilities are clean, safe, functioning, well-equipped, and attractive. We are hopeful that collaborating with administration on developing SOPs, that the conditions mentioned above will be addressed on all levels for Laney to continue to be a campus which cultivates a culture of belonging to all. That is the end of the campus reports. Thank you very much for your support of the Peralta Classified Center.
Thank you, Terrence, for those reports. Let's move on to 4.11, public communication.
Everybody that has any public comment they would like to make, please raise your hand. I do have a list of 8 people who will be speaking on behalf of others. I'm going to start with Jerry Herman. Jerry Herman, I'm going to move you over. And I have you down for Shirley Fagrino. So you will have, at this point, President, you have 13 hands raised. And I cannot tell until I go through my list if the one that have their hands raised have ceded their time to somebody else with their hand raised. So how would you like to move forward? 2 minutes or 3 minutes per person?
Let's do 3 minutes. What do you, Vice President?
It's now 18. 18 hands are raised.
Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and do 3 minutes, and then we have a cap too as well, right? So if we get beyond a certain time limit, then we will not be able to hear any more public comments. To 45 minutes is
45 minutes, that is correct.
Okay, so let's do 3 minutes. Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna move Jerry Herman over and promote you to panelist. Jerry, are you there? Jerry, you are allowed to speak now if you are ready.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Good. Good evening, members of the Board of Trustees, Chancellor Jackson. My name is Jerry Herman. I was a faculty member of Laney's English department for 40 years and was co-chair of the department for about 30 of those 40 years. I was also an early president of the Peralta Federation of Teachers, and I was the first president of PRO, the Peralta Retirees Organization, for the first decade of its existence. Along with Michael Mills and Mike Worth of PRO, I am an advisory member of the Retirement Board, which is chaired by Trustee Withrow. I'm 84 years old, and unfortunately, that will last only for a year. Why do I tell you how old I am? Because at my age, when promises to you are broken, there isn't enough time to set things right as there is when you're 30, 40, or even 60 years old. My colleagues and I are here to tell you about proposals made by Alliant Insurance Services regarding retirees' healthcare benefits that, if the Board of Trustees chooses to adopt them, constitute a significant broken promise. That contractual promise is this: Peralta employees hired before July 1st, 2004 were guaranteed to retain the Peralta healthcare benefits that were in effect on the day we retired for the rest of our lives. Non-negotiable, locked in, a legal contract. And to us Peralta employees who served our students and our communities for so many years, often sacrificing monetary raises in order to retain our promised lifetime benefits, this was a sacred moral obligation, a promise that we trusted would be honored regardless of who sat on the Board of Trustees as the years passed. And that's the way it was for decades, until now. The district has contracted with Alliant so that the giant insurance company could find a way for Peralta to save money on healthcare benefits. Alliant came up with a series of over 60 proposals that changed current coverages for both active employees and retirees. Of chief concern to us as retirees, one of the proposals would shove a large cohort of retirees into something called Medicare Advantage, which, despite its misleading title, is not Medicare and does not give retirees any advantage. Theoretically, if adopted, these proposed changes will save the district in the neighborhood of $4 million, while theoretically maintaining benefits at their current levels. As retirees, we beg to differ. My colleagues who will follow me and be specific about where Alliant has gone wrong, after painstaking and extensive analysis, members of PRO have found that the Alliant proposals actually diminish retirees' benefits, thereby breaking the legal contract and the sacred promise that was made to us as we retired. Moreover, there will be no cost savings to the district if these proposals are adopted, because the district does not pay one dime for retiree benefits. If that last fact is surprising news to some of you, let me briefly explain it without getting too technical. In 2004, Peralta issued bonds meant to supplement some of the costs of retiree benefits, called OPEB bonds, OPEB meaning other post-employee benefits. They have been a resounding success. The Retirees Trust devoted to pre-July 1st, 2004 Peralta hires has assets in the range of $200 million. And the income from the investments of that fund has been stable and sufficient not only to supplement the costs of retiree benefits, but in its wisdom, the district in the past few years has been paying for all retiree benefits from that OPEB trust fund. In other words, not a penny coming from the Peralta budget. That's where the true savings to the district budget come from. The money in that trust legally cannot be used for anything but retiree health benefits. In addition, the district has found a way to pay for the bond's debt service from so-called surplus OPEB trust funds. That's why the Alliant proposals will not save Peralta any money from retiree health benefit expenses, because it has no retiree health benefit expenses. I'll now turn the presentations over to my PRO colleagues to fill in the details of the points I have outlined. I leave you with this thought. At 84 years old, I don't have the time to mend broken promises.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Let's go on to our next speaker.
Next, we have Helen Maxwell, who has Nancy River and Becky Sanchez ceding their time to her. So she will have a total of 9 minutes. And she's been moved over to panelist. Helen, are you there? Hello. Does anybody see her on as a panelist? I moved her over. Oh, there you are. You can go ahead and speak now, Helen.
Helene is there, but she's
Unmute.
now she's unmuted. There we go.
The little arrow there didn't work. Hello, good evening. Chancellor Jackson, President Abella Reese, Vice President Polk, and trustees. It's been a long time, and it's certainly a different way to communicate here. My name is Helen Maxwell. I live in Area 5, and I've worked at Disability Services College of Alameda and Merritt College for 30 years, first as an instructor and later as the DSPS coordinator, College of Alameda. And we served over 600 students with disabilities at Alameda each year. You heard from Jerry Herman that Alliant, Peralta's broker, has proposed a plan to change healthcare coverage for retirees from traditional Medicare to Anthem Medicare Advantage. And before you make any decision about this, please, we ask that you carefully consider how this change would affect roughly over 150 retirees, don't have the exact number, who now have traditional Medicare. And please take the time to explore other options. There are many choices, but Alliant has presented to you only one. And as Jerry said, this radical change, and it is a radical change, would not save Peralta any money. Many retirees have serious medical conditions for whom an abrupt and forced switch to Medicare Advantage would have serious and possibly dire consequences. Why is that? In traditional Medicare, sometimes they call it original Medicare, same thing, the plan that we have now, the process of choosing a doctor is straightforward. Almost 98% of the doctors, certainly in this area, accept Medicare, as do the hospitals. In Medicare Advantage, the process to find a provider is convoluted and cumbersome, and I'll tell you more of those details later. With traditional Medicare, there is a direct doctor-to-patient relationship. The physician makes recommendations for diagnostic testing and prescribes appropriate treatment. Of course, the patient makes the final decision. In traditional Medicare, physicians comply with Medicare regulations. In Medicare Advantage, on the other hand, the insurance company makes its own rules for services, because the goal of these private companies is profit. There's no incentive really to provide services, but there is an incentive to cut costs by denying services and treatment as they do on a regular basis. A letter, Shirley Fogarino wrote, it's a long letter, but boy, it was like a seminar in understanding Medicare. She sent a letter last week, and there was a link in there to an article in the AARP Bulletin, really eye-opening. That article was from June 2022, and it was based on information from the Office of the Inspector General in Health and Human Services. And it determined, and this is a quote, private health insurance plans for Medicare Advantage beneficiaries wrongly denied thousands, tens of thousands of requests for tests and treatment each year. And a large portion of those denied procedures would have been allowed under original Medicare. So, stated simply, their priority is profit, it is not patients. And the plan that Alliant gave you on the Medicare Advantage plan, there's a long list of covered services. It looks very nice, pretty impressive. But then you'll notice throughout, there are tiny asterisks all through. And that asterisk, if you look at what it means that Anthem could decide if those services that they've listed are necessary and if they could be provided, if they're going to be provided. And this reversion, and this is, I think, back to pre-Obamacare, right? This reversion to insurance companies having control over healthcare decisions, it reminds me of the days before the Affordable Care Act, before Obamacare was enacted. And he said that was going to be his first priority when he entered office, because he remembered his mother having to fight with insurance companies herself as she was dealing with ovarian cancer. So do we really want to go back to those days? As retirees, our individual histories may be different, but there are many common threads. In my case, I'm a cancer survivor. I was fortunate to receive life-saving care at UCSF 15 years ago. And I was able to return to work full time. I'm healthy now, and I'm grateful for that. And in the 7 years I've retired, I've gone to UCSF for periodic follow-up visits as recommended by my doctors. If I were in Medicare Advantage now, it is not certain that even follow-up appointments, never mind diagnostic tests or treatment, would be approved by Anthem. Those decisions would be made by Anthem rather than by my physicians, whose recommendations are based on years of practice and research. I mentioned that it's difficult to identify providers in Medicare Advantage. We get no information from Alliant or even from Anthem Medicare Advantage. I called the 800 number nationwide. They didn't know. I've made inquiries to multiple hospitals in the area, even to the Anthem Medical Medicare Advantage directly. And repeatedly, I was told that I couldn't find out which institution or doctor would take the coverage until I had a member ID number. In other words, I would have to give up my traditional Medicare coverage. And then once I was in Anthem's plan, I could learn if I had access to any of the providers I needed. Eventually, and this is a doozy, eventually we were told to call providers individually and to say that we are in the National Passive PPO Medicare Advantage Preferred Program. I'm going to say that one more time. We say that we're in the National Passive PPO Medicare Advantage Preferred Plan. And I did reach somebody at a local hospital, and he's worked in financial counseling for 6 years. He had never heard of that wording. Eventually, he was able to tell me that the hospital would accept Medicare Advantage. But is this what we want each retiree to have to do to learn which providers they can access? Of course, this doesn't make any sense. And the thing about all of this back and forth and convoluted plans is that it would save Peralta no money. So please, when this item comes to you, please take your time to make your decision and keep in mind that there are hundreds of people, retirees and their loved ones, who will be affected. Thank you very much, and good evening.
Thank you. Madam Board Clerk, can we go to our next person?
Yes, ma'am. Next. I have Jose Ortiz. Find them. He's not. Oh, there they are. Promoted him to panelist. He will have 3 minutes. Dr. Ortiz, you're ready to go. You can begin, Dr. Ortiz.
Great, thank you very much. For those that don't know me, my name is Jose Ortiz. I am the former chancellor of the Peralta District from 2012 to 2015. I'm also the former vice president of instruction at Laney College from 2002 to 2005. And at the time of my contract as chancellor, I was fortunate enough to include recognition for my prior service at Peralta, which was prior to 2004, and made me eligible for lifetime benefits. So today, I am, as a retiree, fortunate to have those lifetime benefits, despite some of the confusion that's been generated in this discussion this evening. Recently, I had a medical emergency that required immediate attention and continues to have monitoring by my medical staff and doctors. But thanks to the traditional Medicare and the PPO supplemental provided by the Peralta District, I've been able to continue with that medical attention through Sutter Health. Now, from what I understand from the proposals that are being considered by the district, I believe retirees are now, as you've already heard by my colleagues, that we are now in jeopardy in terms of continued health coverage. But some of you may recall during my tenure as chancellor that my mentality was to be of service and service leadership. You may recall that my mantra was, and I take this from my good friend, Spike Lee, another Brooklynite, do the right thing and do things right. So tonight I implore the board to consider doing the right thing and to honor the covenant that the board has with Peralta retirees. You've already heard some of the specific issues that I will not touch on, but again, I want to—
5 seconds.
Oops, sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next individual.
Okay, just a quick announcement, because we have so many hands up in the air to make a public comment. We have to end public comment at 7:25.
Just to be clear, we are not ending it at 7:25 because of the hands in the air, but it's because we have 45 minutes allotted, which will bring us to 7:25.
Thank you, President, for the clarification. Next, I have Sanford Overend. I will move them over as a panelist. Give me just one moment. I'm looking through a whole list of names. I apologize. Okay. Sanford Oren has been transferred over, and he has one person, Tom Plester, who has ceded their time to them. Total of 6 minutes.
Am I heard now?
Yes, you are.
Oh, good. Yeah, getting this thing set up was a little difficult. I was a classified employee at Merritt College from 1979 to 2001. I was also a radiologic technology student at Merritt and graduated that and worked a number of years in the radiologic technology field. And I went on from Merritt College to become a safety officer for Diablo Valley College and then the Public Works Department at Alameda County. And that came out of my work with our past risk manager, Joanne Baldinelli, to get a disaster plan going here in Peralta Colleges. Apparently there was not a viable plan when we first got into that. Out here, my colleagues are speaking about how this is a bad plan for the employees and the retirees. I want to talk about how this is a bad plan for Peralta. Medicare Advantage was not created to save money for anybody. It was created to create a big profit for insurance agencies. It was started to be developed in the 1980s after Medicare became available. And in 1997, a new law was passed called the Chapter Act that basically funded Medicare administration through what was called Medicare Choice. And then in 2003, that became morphed into the program we know now as Medicare Advantage. This was a program that was heavily promoted and pushed through by lobbyists for the insurance industry. It was not intended to save anybody any money except Medicare. It was supposed to relieve Medicare of administrative duties and to save money through what they called business efficiencies. Both have been dismal failures. Medicare has not been relieved of any administrative duties. They've been relieved of some numbers of people who are being served by Medicare, but the administrative procedures have remained exactly the same. And as far as saving money, the for-profit procedures that Medicare Advantage was developed to give to insurance agencies highly incentivized profit schemes, some of which may be considered highly unethical, but they are legal. And I want to talk about those revenue streams and how they hurt agencies and individuals and agencies. First of all, Medicare Advantage gets paid on a per subscriber basis. Plus, they get some amount of money for procedures and medications given. This creates an incentive to delay, deny, and delay as long as they can any procedure, because they're getting paid for that subscriber, whether or not anything is given to them or not, any procedures are given. Fact is, when there's a medical emergency or something urgent, Medicare Advantage pays, and they do a pretty good job of that. But when something is considered elective, and who determines elective is the Medicare Advantage company, not the doctor. This is a very important feature of it, that the insurance company decides what is being considered an elective procedure. It is to their advantage to delay this treatment as long as possible. The reason for that is they get paid for that subscriber as long as they're still ill, as long as they still have a problem. And then eventually they will pay for the procedure when it becomes urgent. They would have paid for the procedure initially, so they don't make or save any money on that, but they do save a lot of money or get a lot of profit by delaying and denying and delaying and let it go through as long an appeal process as possible. This is for all subscribers to Medicare Advantage. It would be for all of us. It'd even be for you trustees who have lifetime medical. You would be subject to the delay tactics to increase their profits. Another method that Medicare Advantage profitizes what they're doing is to rate patients as sicker than they are. And you say, well, what difference do I care what they rate it? But it makes a big difference if you go to, for instance, try to get a life insurance policy, if you're rated by your health insurance company as being much sicker than you are. It also, if the reason they want you to be sicker than you are, is they get a higher rate of payments for services rendered if you have a higher rating of sickness. This is a self-perpetuating type of problem. The longer they can delay, the sicker you're going to become, and therefore the more profit they make. It's a vicious circle that works very much against everybody who is a subscriber to Medicare Advantage. And this is not something that was random. It was intentionally put into the program. They also do the same thing with formularies, your medications that you get. They are incentivized to approve only the cheaper and less effective medicines rather than perhaps newer and better ones that will heal the patient quicker, therefore lowering their profit ratio. It's a sort of a very bad situation where they're actually incentivized to keep their patients sick.
10 seconds.
Okay, I want to add to that our Attorney General here in Washington has sued against this procedure, which allows these processes, and that is pending still in courts, but who knows how long that will take. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Deborah Brooks. Deborah, whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll be quick. Speaking of keeping us healthy, I would like to put in a plug for keeping the mask mandate on campus. I am a teacher now back in the classroom for the first time in 2.5 years. I personally have severe asthma and lung disease, and please either keep the mask mandate across campus or at the very least allow me to keep a mask mandate in my classroom. I need to have the right to do that in order to feel safe. So that's all. Just please keep the mask mandate as long as possible, or just allow us to have that choice in our classrooms. Thank you.
Next, I will move over Jennifer Shinosky.
Hi, good evening.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Wow, it's a totally different view as a panelist than it is when you're not a panelist. I first want to say I find it really problematic that faculty and staff and the public are no longer allowed to come into the board meeting. We can't have our voices heard in that way. Many of the board members don't respond to inquiries, and now we're limiting public comment in a way that we can see obviously stifles what the public has to share. So I just find that really problematic. We should be leading in service of each other, and I don't see how that does that. Tonight, I had actually planned to talk about the state of negotiations between the PFT and the district, so I'm grateful for the retirees' comments. The state of negotiations are not good. The district sunshined its articles, a lot of articles, through May of the spring term, and then has kept adding a few things into the summer. After faculty left for the break and we finally got to the table and started talking in June, PFT was told there was a July 1st deadline for healthcare changes. We were clear that we would not be making any deals without input from our membership, and the target finally changed to an October 1st deadline. We waited all summer to get budget information and made it very clear to the negotiating team that we would not be negotiating benefits without also negotiating wages. As you heard from speakers earlier tonight, Peralta gave up many wage increases in order to keep healthcare benefits. We don't have lifetime benefits anymore. We still have those low wages. We asked for updated budget information all summer. We kept being put off. We finally got a 5-year projection emailed to us at the end of August, and that projection showed a $20 million increase to our general funds and millions in one-time funding this year compared to last. At that time, the district negotiating team offered us almost nothing. And then after offering us almost nothing, they took it back because there was a huge error in the budget calculations. And what I mean by nothing is what we were offered was essentially the savings associated with the shift in healthcare and a COLA pass-through. No raises, no real raises were offered to us despite a $20 million augment. Once that was rescinded, we waited on a new budget and we waited on a new offer. We're still waiting for an updated budget and a realistic proposal for wages and benefits for our members. There are some pretty significant changes to staff healthcare. We are the lowest paid faculty in the state of California, and we will not settle for anything less than what's fair. Thank you.
Next, we have Richard Foley, and he has been transferred over as a panelist.
Thank you. Good evening. Richard Foley, Chapter President for SEIU 1021 at Peralta. Just want to bring up a few comments, some of which are new issues that we're dealing with, and some of which have existed for several years, which are also issues that we're dealing with in bargaining. And I just want to say I echo all of Jennifer's comments. We're experiencing some of the same issues in our process as well. So some of the more recent issues that we're experiencing is the district moving on with hiring classifications and job descriptions that have not been negotiated or approved with SEIU. There's two positions in particular, both at Laney, that I'll bring up with the Board of Trustees and with the Chancellor at a future date. But that's a change in past practice. And they are quick to move on those. Yet, they don't want to seem to move forward on having not any dialogue, let alone negotiation on any flexible telecommute or remote work process that has actually been proven to work and meet students' online needs. It's been more than a year and a half since VC McKinley and Chancellor Jackson have been made aware that this is an important issue to SEIU members. We've been told that it's going to go through shared governance, that it's going to be discussed in negotiations. And when we're in negotiations, we're told it's going to get kicked back through another year of shared governance. Classification and compensation studies is another thing that we've discovered, and something that I've known hasn't happened for at least 20 years. And it really affects our classified professionals, where we've seen the district has moved forward with the classification, what do they call it? A classification, a competitive market assessment. And we're showing that up to 20, we have many of our positions are up to negative 29% in compensation as compared to other Bay 10 schools. So this is something that's really building on the back of classified staff, while we have some well-paid managers and a large number at that. So we're asking you, the Board of Trustees, to help support and actually bolster the quality of service that classified professionals provide to students, faculty, administration, and the community. We're asking for you to recruit qualified employees, to retain the classified employees and SEIU members that you already have, and to respect us by compensating at the appropriate and competitive wages that others see throughout the district. And I was a community college student. I was on the extended plan for more than 2 years. I was an 18-year-old, not living at home, working a full-time job. It was difficult for me to get through community college without the appropriate classes being offered. And so, in solidarity with PFT, stop cutting the classes that student needs.
Thank you. Do we have any more speakers?
Yes, ma'am. I have Bruce Jacobs moving them over now.
Okay.
And Bruce Jacobs will be speaking for Debbie Green and Jean Rowland. They have both ceded their time to him. Friendly reminder, we have 10 more minutes left for public comment.
Okay, good evening. My name is Bruce Jacobs. I'm currently the Vice President of the Peralta Retirees Organization. And since retirees seem to think it's appropriate, I'll give you my age. I'm 79. I retired in 2004 after serving as a faculty member at Laney College for over 30 years in the math department. I was also a former president of the PFT and chief negotiator. I want to start by making clear that PRO is not a bargaining agent. We cannot make agreements that are legally binding for retirees. Also, the unions do not represent retirees. They cannot bargain for retirees. They cannot make agreements about benefits or anything else that applies to retirees. Thus, we're in a situation where the district has made a contractual commitment to each and every retiree and cannot break that agreement by renegotiating it either with PRO or with the unions. We do, however, understand that the district wants to make changes in the current benefits. What we have seen proposes to close down the current self-insured Medicare supplement and replace both traditional Medicare and the supplement with a Medicare Advantage plan. There was no consultation either with individual retirees, the district benefits committee, or PRO prior to this proposal. It's not surprising, therefore, that every retiree, and I'm talking about scores of people here, who has communicated with our organization is opposed to the changes. They do not want to give up traditional Medicare, and they do not want to be in a Medicare Advantage program. Medicare Advantage, often known, by the way, as Medicare Disadvantage, removes the decision-making about how care should be delivered from our providers and instead gives the insurance company the right to agree to or deny services. I spoke with President John Didion of the Rancho Santiago Community College Retirees Organization yesterday. Rancho Santiago imposed the change to Anthem Medicare Advantage over a year ago. According to John, retirees who are basically healthy are satisfied, but retirees who are dealing with complex, life-threatening situations find themselves spending multiple hours and a lot of emotional energy dealing with Anthem's decisions to deny coverage that their providers have recommended. We're concerned that you will vote to change our benefits to this Medicare Advantage plan without offering us any alternatives. Many other community college districts that are using CISC offer retirees a Medigap supplement option through CISC with traditional Medicare. Many of our retirees would prefer such a choice. Whatever you choose to do about changing the current benefits, there will be a reduction in benefits. Vice Chancellor McKinley has promised to find both individual solutions for retirees who will lose their coverage and an overall system for the district to reimburse retirees for shortfalls not covered in the new system. We do not doubt his sincerity. We're concerned, however, that it will be not easy to implement this supplemental system of benefits. In any case, we believe the processes for doing that should be delineated and concrete before you vote to make any changes, and that your vote should include the board's commitment that there will not be a loss or reduction of our current benefits. We're also concerned that the district has not yet notified every retiree that the proposed change in benefits is contemplated. Before the board votes on the Alliant proposal, every affected retiree who wants to should have an opportunity to weigh in. You should realize, and I think this is really important, you should realize that many of the retirees are quite elderly, and that taking an elderly person's medical benefits and making changes is extremely anxiety producing. And the district needs to reach out to make certain that retirees, many of whom.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. Okay, so what is it we want you to do? First, we want to slow down. We want an opportunity to examine other possibilities beside the Medicare Advantage plan. And secondly, we want you to tell the district that we should see a concrete plan for making people whole. Thank you.
Next, we have
Thank
Greg
you.
Morrow. Greg, you've been moved over to panelist. You will have 3 minutes. Oh. Hasn't moved over. Oh, there we go.
Madam President, may I be recognized?
For during public comments?
Point of order.
Yes, what is your point of order?
I would ask the board's indulgence to include these last public comments. I'm personally finding a lot of value in hearing the perspectives of public comment on this matter. And I think it'd be a shame to actually cut this short. So if you had such a deadline in mind, I would ask the board's indulgence to just include these final several people so that we really do hear the full range of thoughts on this matter. Thank you.
Okay, this is Greg Morrow. Can you hear me?
Sorry, Greg, give me 1 second. Why don't we go ahead and take a vote on the from the trustees and decide whether we just want to continue on. So,
So I'll make that as a motion. If there's a second, we can have a vote on it.
Okay, so what is the motion exactly?
To extend the time for public comment to include the 4 hands that we've got. I believe it's 4 or 5 people we've got left here.
Okay, second.
Second.
Okay. All right, and then let's do roll call, please.
Student trustee Hogan.
Yes.
Student trustee Latino.
Yes.
Trustee Withrow.
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins.
Yes.
Trustee Handy.
Yes.
Trustee Delphine Pope.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Ewan.
Yes.
Trustee Napoli Bellarice.
Yes.
Motion passes.
So
thank you very much.
And then Sasha, can you just clarify? We have Mr. Greg on now, and then we have 5 others. Can you let us know?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Greg.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, board, for showing the consideration for the remaining speakers. Good evening, Madam Board President, Madam Vice President, board members, chancellor, staff, and members of the public. My name is Greg Morrow. I'm a 20-year retired Peralta classified employee with those lifetime medical benefits. I am also a former SEIU Local 10-1 Peralta Chapter Chief Steward and served on 3 contract negotiation teams and a lawsuit settlement case between 2000 and 2009. I am also the current retiree council chair of SEIU Local 10-1's Executive Board of Officers, as well as a pro member. Our SEIU Local 10-1 Retiree Council, along with our SEIU Local 10-1 Executive Board, joined with the California Alliance of Retired Americans in endorsing a letter to the U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary and the Administrator for the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, expressing our joint opposition of the implementation of the what's known as the ACO REACH program, which is basically permitting private for-profit businesses to act as brokers or intermediaries in administering any Medicare Advantage plans and guaranteeing them profits. This brings us to the concern over the district's use of Alliant's recommendations of switching Peralta lifetime medical benefited retirees away from a Medicare supplemental plan over to a Medicare Advantage plan. Other speakers will say or have said before me more about what I am saying, and their comments should be listened to with earnest. There should be more time devoted where there can be a vigorous vetting of what additional options there are for our retiree healthcare beneficiary stakeholders where they can have their say. Why the sudden rush for a quick and unvetted decision? I believe the board should agendize this matter during a public hearing where input and more information can be submitted and questions can be asked of Alliant, and what other options and offerings are given by other Medicare Advantage plans can be shown and compared. A single option is not offering a choice since there are no other options being proposed by Alliant. Any verbal assurances made by Alliant that comparable coverage can be provided that is currently offered through the Medicare supplemental plan must be put in writing so that any such assurances being made by Alliant can be memorialized and referred back to in case of any future disputes that may arise over what is or is not covered. We wish to also see the resumption of regular meetings of the District Health and Benefit Committee and the OPEB Bond Oversight Committee, which have not met in certain cases several years, which may possibly be a violation of California laws governing such public committees if they do not meet on a regularly scheduled basis. As a board voted by the public, trustees are charged with performing their due diligence and practicing their fiduciary responsibility to make an informed and fair decision. Please consider a delay in making any decision until all affected parties are permitted to fully participate regarding their health care benefits. Thank you.
Next, we have Rebecca Stone. And she will be speaking for Judith Cohen and Carmen Jordan Cox.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening, and I want to thank you for allowing this discussion to continue and to making comment from the public a part of your agenda for your meetings. I'm not actually going to say what I intended to say because it's already been said eloquently by my previous colleagues who spoke for the retirees from Peralta. My name is Becky Stone. I taught at Peralta for 20 years. I'm 84 years old. I retired in 2009. I really did believe when I stayed on at Peralta that the commitment to my life benefits would be reliable. And I now have serious worries as to whether the quality of my medical care in my retirement is going to be severely diminished by this new plan. Along with that, I am not at all comfortable with the fact that I'm not allowed or cannot even privately pay for a umbrella plan or a Medigap plan. That is not allowed by the plan that Alliant has outlined for us. So I feel like I'm being left in a very vulnerable position by the changes in this new proposal. So thank you very much for your attention to this, and I'm more than willing to be part of any work that's done to find alternatives. Please do not vote on this until we've had the necessary time to find some alternatives that will do a better job than the plan that's being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Sasha, do we have any more speakers?
Yes, ma'am. I'm moving over Jean Rowland.
Thank you.
Actually, I ceded my time to Bruce Jacobs. So I think I wouldn't be speaking, correct?
That is correct. I will move over Carrie Compton.
Can you hear me?
You're a little low on the volume.
All right, let's see if I can increase
Okay.
it.
Now we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, good evening, members of the board, Chancellor Jackson, presidents, members of the public, my colleagues. My name is Carrie Compton. I retired 10 years ago after serving for 27 years in the district, first as a counselor for students with disabilities at Merritt College, then as a counselor for students with disabilities at College of Alameda, and then as vice president of students at College of Alameda when I retired. Because I had been a faculty member, I was able to retire with the faculty contracted benefit of having lifetime medical benefits. And that was one of the reasons that I retired when I did in 2012. Just a couple of points, and they've been made, but let me just emphasize them. One of them is with the Medicare Advantage, there is no certainty that any of the physicians that I now have or that my colleagues have will be able to accept the Medicare Advantage. And if they do so, they'll be able to help me make the decisions they need to make about my medical care. I was just without a primary care doctor for over a year because my primary care doctor retired during the height or depth of the pandemic, which it has made healthcare very problematic because many physicians have chosen to retire. It's difficult to find doctors. It's difficult to find the right doctors, and especially those of us with complicated medical situations. It's a very problematic situation. And Medicare Advantage will complicate that. We don't have any concrete information on which doctors will accept Medicare Advantage from the Alliant proposal. Secondly, most of the people who have retired, I assume, do not know that this is happening. I have never received anything official at my home address or by my email that this proposal is a possibility, that as of, I don't even know, October 1st, I may lose my healthcare benefits, or they may be in a different form. I found out about it through hearsay. I was at a lunch and somebody said, oh, our healthcare benefits may be changing. Thankfully, PRO got involved and has been able to inform us. But as many speakers said, they can't negotiate for us, and they can inform us of what they know. And so I urge you, there's a lack of information on many aspects of this. I urge you to notify all of the retirees, which includes many previous board members, that there are changes pending, specifically what those changes are, and let them, as well as we, weigh in on them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Those are all of our board public comments, President.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's move on to the next agenda item. And the next agenda item is, sorry, do you have Chancellor's reports?
Good evening, Board of Trustee members, colleagues, friends, and the public. As we have done in the past, I'd like to start with our president's reports, and then I just have a few comments. And I'm going to just start from my left going to the right, and I will start with Merritt College, followed by Laney College, Berkeley City College, and then bringing up the end of the presidents will be Acting Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration, also president of College of Alameda for one more day, pending the vote of the board tonight, Dr. Nathaniel Jones III. So, President Johnson.
Thank you. President Napoli Abella-Reese, Board of Trustees, Chancellor, Peralta family, and community members, good evening. Having passed the census date and completed the first few weeks of the fall 22 semester, we're pleased to report that the Free for Fall campaign is having a positive effect on the enrollment and morale at Merritt College. Given the number of late start classes and dual enrollment classes that we still have in the schedule and that are yet to be counted, we expect to surpass our FTS total from fall of 2021. We can also report that we're now serving roughly between 250 and 300 free breakfast meals every week to our students. So that's a very good thing. And finally, the Free for Fall campaign has yielded, and in my original report, I had one number, but as of yesterday, that number has gone up. It has yielded a 29% increase in the number of students who are applying for the FAFSA and taking 12 units at Merritt. So it looks like we're making a bit of a splash, but stay tuned for what we have planned for spring 2023. Next, last Thursday, Merritt College was proud to partner with the East Bay Consortium to host its annual financial aid training, which was co-sponsored by the Student Aid Commission of California and the California Student Opportunity and Access Program. We had over 120 counselors, outreach specialists, student advocates register for the event, and they received essential information on how best to assist the students they serve in applying and completing the financial aid process. We were also able to provide the folks with a comprehensive overview of the FAFSA, free application for federal student aid, and the California DREAM Act application. And the overarching goal for all of this was basically to equip our high school partners with the information and resources necessary to guide students through to their transition to Merritt College or one of our sister colleges, because we're collaborative, so it's not just about Merritt. I want to say that. So finally, it's my sad duty to report that for the second time in less than 3 months, we lost a beloved member of our Merritt family. So Jim Gordon, who worked as a principal library technician, he passed away last Tuesday. He succumbed to injuries sustained after being hit by a cyclist while walking near his home in Sausalito. As his wife shared with me last week, we can only make sense of this tragedy knowing that the organs and tissues he donated are helping to save the lives of others. Jim came to Merritt College several years ago, and he immediately became a beloved figure on campus. He's funny, caring, sharp as a whip. And I actually got to know him a lot better over the last 2 years during the pandemic when there were very few people on campus. He and I would spend a lot of time together. He was responsible for giving students their Chromebooks. He was the one, when he would see students wandering around, would go and help them. He was a very, very generous soul. We spent a lot of time talking about our love of Cal. He was a history enthusiast. And when I spoke to him the day he passed, I didn't, obviously in the morning, I didn't know that was the last time I was going to speak to him, but I think we all take comfort in being able to remember him so fondly as such a kind and dignified man. So Jim, we miss you, we love you, and that concludes the report from Merritt College.
Thank you, President Johnson. You can say that.
Good evening, Chancellor Jackson, President Napoli Abella-Reese, members of the governing board, students, colleagues, and valued community members. I'd like to start off my report this evening by expressing what is the most important of emotions, and that is appreciation. Appreciation to all within the Laney community for coming together to really boost our efforts with the Fall is Free campaign and to come together to work on strategic planning as we have. And also amidst all this hard work, also showing some flexibility during this time when we've had challenging conditions with our buildings. During this time, the Office of Facilities and Campus Operations, along with Administrative Services, has been working to assess our buildings and the conditions. And we've been vigilant in making sure that when conditions warrant that we either move employees or have them work remotely. So it's been a lot of hard work and a lot of flexibility on a part of our employees. And I just wanted to start my report this evening by recognizing that. Within your written report, I'm just going to highlight a couple things. First, on the second page of your report, this is a vibrant time at Laney College, but it's also one of scholastic and academic achievement, even among our employees. Seems regularly I hear about employees that are completing a master's or a doctoral program. And in the case of Professor Mark Razan, he actually is in the midst of a fellowship awarded to only 10 community college faculty members in the state with Stanford University. And in addition to that, he was honored with the Paul Covell Environmental Education Award over the summer. So I just wanted to congratulate Mark on that. Also very pleased to share that Laney College is now a member of the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities. This is significant because it means more scholarships for our students. It means more professional development for our employees. And it also means on a level that I think touches all of us, more advocacy for our students, and which is something that is tremendous. At the end of last month, we were very privileged at Laney to host the Oakland mayoral debate. And it was great to welcome trustees Jenkins and Handy to the proceedings and to make a new partner in the Center for Elders Independence, who facilitated and hosted the debate that was shown on both the local Fox and CBS networks. The community, including all, I believe it was 9 or 10 candidates and people in attendance, were very excited about the buzz that was at Laney. And also there was a lot of appreciation expressed about our Fall is Free campaign. And I'd like to segue to that right now, actually. Why do the Fall is Free campaign? I know that maybe a lot of what you've seen in the headlines has been about tuition, and that really does get people's attention. But what has been going on that is important and hopefully will last has been the attention to student basic needs, attention to those costs for college that go beyond tuition and meeting them, okay? In addition to that, for supporting students and students supporting themselves, awareness of the FAFSA application or the DREAM Act paperwork, and making sure that students understand and have the support and guidance they have to submit that paperwork so that they can receive aid. There has been such positive return on this. Among those completing the FAFSA, we have seen an increase of nearly 1,000 students at Laney College compared to a year ago at this time, who have completed their financial aid application. In terms of enrollment, we have seen 13% more students than we did a year ago at this time. We have 9% more enrollments in classes than we did a year ago at this time. And in terms of FTES, we have 157 or 7% more than we did a year ago at this time. This is also something that is really helping serve our disproportionately impacted populations of students. Our African-American student numbers have increased. From a year ago at this time now, they've increased by 2.7%, and in comparison to last spring, over 3.25%. Also, among our Latinx students from a year ago at this time, we've seen a 1.35% increase. And this is something that is very important because it gets us closer and into eligibility to submit an application to become a Hispanic serving institution. So that's something that has been great. Within your board report tonight, you can see that our efforts were featured in an article done by Cal Matters that focused on colleges around the state that are offering free tuition or having programs such as this. In addition, in something I handed the board tonight, the college was featured in the Oakland Post newspaper. We actually made the front page. And on top of that, on the 16th, an interview with me will be featured on KTSF, Chinese language TV. So all of that is something that is very exciting. But beyond the coverage, our community appreciates it. At the Multicultural Chambers of Commerce reception event that was also attended by Chief Earl Roberts, there was appreciation expressed by our community. Also at the Oakland Chinatown Street Fest, there was also a room and appreciation given for the Fall is Free campaign. And then also last week at the Ebaldsey fundraiser for housing, there was recognition of it by many members of our community who appreciated us coming out. So it has been exciting. It's really been a buzz, and we look forward to continuing this positive momentum with many classes starting this week and several more on October 18th as well. I'd like to close my report tonight by the other thing that I handed to the board this evening. On September 2nd, in the Laney College Art Gallery, there was an art exhibition called Dream Roots, Tus Recetas, or Recipes. It was an intergenerational exhibition that explores strategies of connection between youth, adults, and elders of the Fruitvale community. And the event uses recipes as a point of departure, and the exhibit captures different flavors of the Fruitvale district. While within the exhibit itself, artists created and displayed drawings, paintings, sculptures, and videos. What I've handed you this evening is another cookbook that actually shows the recetas, or the recipes that were part of this exhibit. And on September 26th, there will be a film premiere of Tus Recetas as well at Laney College. This is something that, like so many things in our district and our college, have been innovative and have shown just the wonderful, vibrant energy of our community. And I would like to thank Professor Robert Abrams, Department Chair Mary Catherine Bassett, Dean Beth Meyer, and the many artists that turned out for this event, which was and has been a huge success. This concludes my report for this evening.
Good evening, President Napoleon Bellarese, Chancellor Jackson, trustees, colleagues, and community members. In addition to the written report that's in your board packet, I would like to highlight some happenings at Berkeley City College. As one colleague recently shared, Berkeley City College is colleging. So yes, we have turned college into a verb because there's much engagement both on campus and online. And I could not be prouder of the collective work across the college to make the start of this fall semester so incredible. Since last week, when we provided the written report, BCC has grown from a head count of 5,814 students to 6,044 students with the commencement of some of our late start classes. And we are still expecting a few more. As of this morning, the 6,044 students are enrolled in 10,681 classes across the BCC curriculum. And we are at 81% of our target for FTES. So we're at 1,272. And just for reference to the community, that FTES is full-time equivalent student. And this is something that is not unique to BCC. We are definitely seeing, as my fellow colleagues have already shared, either growth or stability in enrollment. In the report, you will find disaggregated data on BCC students from age groups to sex, race, ethnicity, part-time versus full-time enrollment. And you will also see that BCC African-American, Latinx, and Asian American Pacific Islanders have either experienced a growth in enrollment or remained constant during these pandemic years. And given the focus of the board to continue diversity, equity, and inclusion, and ensuring that the decline is not disproportionately impacting historically minoritized groups, we're proud to share that that's not taking place on a local level. And these data are being shared broadly across the college community. We are very proud of the collective work that we're doing to support students not only to access higher education, but also to persist and complete. We are feeling pretty relentless and on a mission that we want to encourage students who are currently enrolled in the fall to continue the path and stay enrolled in the spring, as well as invite new community members to join us in spring. So future reports will include cross-collaborative efforts with faculty, classified professionals, administrators, and students. As you have heard, Fall is Free is in full swing. So Fall is Free at BCC has channeled the very best of BCC with intentional collaboration across the campus. So the written report highlights key colleagues who have successfully led and implemented these programs around enrollment, financial aid, counseling, registration, and including the work of our student ambassadors. So our report even has quotes from some of our students as they are really fielding a lot of the first line questions, both virtually and in person when students enter the doors on Center Street. And new students, I've had the chance to meet our, everything from recent high school valedictorians to adult learners coming to school now that their own children are of school age and in school, as well as returning students staying on the path. So I am enjoying seeing more students and connecting with them, and just really believe that BCC is colleging in full force. So I know that our team has really embraced that, this notion of colleging. You have heard in previous reports that I usually share about what happenings around shared governance. And so we're 5 weeks in and our shared governance committees are up and running and meeting. Our ongoing work, especially around institutional effectiveness and accreditation, has included this thoughtful, comprehensive self-evaluation of our governance process. And so this past week, one of essentially an outcome of this is that the College Roundtable voted to support an Education Master Plan Steering Committee to provide oversight and guidance to our EMP process this year. And we are taking an unconventional approach as to how we ask ourselves the question about what the future of BCC should look like for the next 5 to 7 years. And we have engaged in asking ourselves what it looks like to be a community college that will contribute to ending poverty, as well as what it would look like to mitigate and repair the impact of gentrification in our local community. And I have to tell you that the discussions and the sessions and Dreaming Out Loud have warranted a lot of good ideas and focal points. So I look forward to sharing those updates. I have 2 more items. Today, Radio 2050 podcast launched at BCC, hosted by 2 colleagues, John Sines and Camille Verbara, where they previewed upcoming Latinx Heritage Month events with guest Dr. Naomi Quiñones, who's a poet and historian, and Susana Prever Perez, who's a documentarian, who's going to be screening Simulacros de Liberación, which translates to Drills of Liberation. And this documentary highlights the 1868 uprising in Puerto Rico against colonialism. And this film is by Juan Davila. So we invite you on September 23rd at 5:30 p.m. at BCC to join us. And I must say, it seems that our BCC colleagues are giving President Besukoff a little company in the podcast world. So hopefully you're able to tune in. And just in closing, as our ASBCC president, Mazen Saeed, shared in his report, I do want to share that we have 3 BCC members joining a delegation to represent the Peralta Community College District at the 2022 Congressional Black Caucus in Washington, D.C. later this month. So I want to give thanks to Ramona Butler, our EOPS coordinator, Mazen Saeed, ASBCC president, and Noel Ericu, student ambassador, who will represent BCC in the district as they meet with legislators during this time. This effort supports the ASBCC's work to engage voter registration and the overall BCC community to civic engagement. So with that, that concludes my report for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, President Garcia.
All right. Good evening. Good evening, trustees, President Reese, Vice President Pope, Chancellor Jackson, colleagues, and guests. It's my pleasure to provide the President's report for the College of Alameda. As is reflected in your board report. Okay, thank you. As reflected in your board report, I would like to start by mentioning a couple of things. Essentially, I've organized my thoughts around what I'm calling R squared, P squared, essentially reflection, recognition, planning, and performance. So on August the 19th, the College of Alameda held its Flex Day events. And what was unique, perhaps, is that it was the first time that we gathered together where many of us were actually in the same room with one another for Flex. And so even though we had the option for those members of our community to connect virtually, it was really, really wonderful to be able to have a large number of folks gather together to enjoy each other's company, but also to get some important information. During the Flex Day, the college administration, led by me, provided a State of the College address, in which we highlighted accomplishments that we made during the previous academic year. We discussed what I call imperatives, and they included implementing continuous quality improvement, and also completing certain specific goals and objectives that needed to be attended to, including developing our new education master plan, designing strategies for ensuring enrollment recovery, continuing to align our budget process with the new resource allocation model, improving key student success and equity measures, and fostering a campus climate and culture that reflects inclusive excellence. Highlighting some of the accomplishments in our various areas, we look at, for example, in instruction. We streamlined our scheduling process to eliminate dynamically dated courses to improve the efficiency and the effectiveness of our course scheduling. We created more intentional marketing efforts around availability of courses and used organized events such as schedule and data coaching retreats to enhance the skills of our chairs, deans, and other administrators to better utilize data to inform critical scheduling decisions. In our student services, we supported guided pathways. We also made changes to the website. We created and supported various on-campus events to engage students. We launched our call center, as well as other efforts in order to engage students and to ensure their success, to help them to recognize the fact that we care and are deeply committed to their success. We partnered more intentionally with our K-12 partner. We launched new learning communities such as Salam, and we implemented and leveraged technology to a higher extent with ConnectSed and other applications like our mobile app, as well as using one of the highest percentage of our HERF funds in terms of direct aid to students to support their learning and advancement of their objectives. Also, recently, as my colleagues have mentioned, all of us have made very, very intentional plans and actions related to enhancing our enrollment and trying to ensure that we are helping students to succeed by lowering barriers to entry and success towards completing their educational journey. College of Alameda had the 500 on Us campaign. We sponsored many Rock and Roll Day events to drive and to support students to fill out their FAFSA, register for classes, and get other needed support and assistance. To date, we have seen significant increases in enrollment with a high degree of productivity. We are projecting for the fall to land somewhere between 90 to 95% of our target. My colleague, Dr. Diana Barami, will be serving as acting president and will provide next time a detailed assessment of our enrollment and what we have accomplished to date and what we expect to accomplish for the rest of the year. As you may recall, a good percentage of our courses are late start courses as well, so we have more room to grow. Plus, we will do an intersession, which counts towards our full goal. That's why we're saying we're right now at 81%, like our colleagues. Not that we compete with one another, don't get that idea at all. It's all friendly competition, but nonetheless, we'll be at 90 to 95%. So on that somewhat tongue-in-cheek note, I will end my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jones.
Thank you, President. Appreciate that. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. One is the announcement to save the date for our strategic planning charrette. For those of you that don't know what a charrette is, it's basically an intensive planning session where we bring in citizens of our community, designers, collaborators, and we work on a vision and we develop that in concert and provide instant feedback so that the individuals that are stakeholders allows for them to feel like they're a mutual author of our strategic plan. So the time is from 9 to 2, and it will be at Laney College. More information to come. And if you know of any individuals that you'd like to participate, please contact my office and we will put them on the mailing list, November the 10th. Looking forward to that. West Ed is helping us with that process. So again, our MCPR will be also working on getting out some flyers and documentation. Another thing that we are working on right now, I've seen a draft and I want to give kudos out to Mark Johnson and his staff for getting our annual report close to being completed. It's looking very good. We haven't had one of those probably in ever. I joke, but I really did look for one and I couldn't find one. So it's been more than a few years to get that out, because I think we tend to forget about our successes and lament over what our differences are. And I think sometimes it's good to put it in perspective and to reflect on that. And that's also something that we will be distributing to the individuals that are part of the charrette. The last thing, and I usually don't do this, but I noted several individuals that made presentations tonight from our retirees. And I just want to reassure them that the board has made it very clear to me and to our negotiation team that we are not breaking our vow, as someone said, that we are committed to having a Medigap plan that the district will pick up, so we don't have to go searching for different plans. The district will do that. But we will not leave anyone behind. The plan, as was pointed out, is for individuals that are currently working, not really for retirees, but the commitment has been made by this board, and I stand behind that commitment that we will not leave our retirees behind. So I just wanted to put that out in the public forum because there seems to be a lot of misinformation that's out there, and that completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor, especially for making that last statement. And again, President, always wonderful to hear the exciting news that's happening at each of your colleges, and also very excited to hear about the competitive enrollment increases that you all are sharing with us too as well. It's going to be a fantastic 22-23 for sure. All right, let us move on. Let us go to the next agenda item, which is 5.1, the first reading and review and presentation of the 22-23 budget and Skiff fiscal modeling presentation.
So before I turn it over to Dr. Jones, I did want to make a couple of comments. I had previously asked Nathaniel if he could include in the report the significance of the FTES and FTEF. And we presented that to the executive cabinet as well as to the expanded cabinet. And I had individuals come to me and say, for the first time, they actually understood it. So I thought it would be good to get that captured as part of this process, as well as an overview of the current budget with some changes that happened late, and to get some guidance from the board. We have some recommendations, but we just want to get some guidance from the board. This is the first reading of the budget. We have another presentation for the adoption of the budget on the 26th. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Nathaniel Jones III.
Okay, thank you. Can someone pull up the presentation, please? Thank you very much, Sasha. All right, I apologize. There are a few slides, but I will try to go through this as expeditiously as I possibly can. And so since I'm a little bit further away from everyone, would you mind if I take my mask off since I'm here? Is that far enough? It's just harder, and I know I don't speak very loudly, and when I was at our flex, it was better when I was able to stand at a distance and speak, and we didn't have a mic, so this will help.
There's
All
something
right.
wrong with your microphone though. It's got a tinging.
Yeah, I don't know what that's all about.
It's some gain. Yeah, it just needs to be a little closer.
A little bit closer? Okay. Okay, well, then I'll try it this way. All right, very good. Is that better? Okay, very good. Next slide, please. All right, quick overview of the adopted budget from the state. As many of you undoubtedly have heard that the community colleges received about $4 billion more in Prop 98 funding. The lion's share of this funding was one-time resources to the tune of $2.1 billion. $1.9 billion is for ongoing expenses. Next slide. I'm going to share what the major expense categories were for both the ongoing as well as the one-time funding. $559 million was for COLA. That included for the unrestricted general fund as well as certain categorical programs. $600 million was allocated for the student-centered funding formula. And then there's student success grants, 250 million, enrollment support, and other resources. And these are the ongoing unrestricted general funds. Now, when it comes to one-time funding, the lion's share of that was allocated to deferred maintenance and instructional equipment, or what they call PPI, physical plant and instructional support. The one thing about that that's interesting is that it also allows for those resources to be used for energy conservation and energy efficiency projects, which can be very, very beneficial for us as we look at using those resources to not only beautify the campuses, but also curtail some of the expenses on ongoing maintenance. District block grants and $150 million retention and enrollment, and then some other funds. Next slide, please. So these are just some of the major assumptions that were guiding the development of the adopted budget. And really what we're looking at is maintaining the fund balance at 10%. We're looking at making sure that that we are reflecting we showed as part of the budget, the unaudited ending balance that was there. So that's about $28 million. And then what we did is try to reflect the planning that had been going on and to set the stage for the eventual adoption in 23-24 of the new resource allocation model. Next slide, please. What I wanted to do is to share a little bit about the chronology. The main point here is to indicate that within the past, really 2.5, 3 weeks, there's been a lot of change that affected our budget. Particularly on August the 22nd, we received an advance apportionment that indicated new rates within the student-centered funding formula, as well as other funding resources, including the one-time funds. And then on the 26th, we discovered that we had made an unfortunate calculation error in our total compensational revenue. And then on the 30th, we received a summary from the State Chancellor's Office that indicated what our apportionment revenues would be for the year. Next slide. And so, to be really, really clear, on the 30th, we received this report, and down at the bottom, you may not be able to see it very, very well. It's highlighted in yellow what our total computational revenue is. And it's the $136,171,044. Okay, next slide. What was done is we went through, finance went through the calculation and calculated our TCR in accordance with the student-centered funding formula. And that's the 126,798,388. However, that was based on the July rates, okay? And then on August 22nd, we came out with the advance rates, and so that would have needed to have been adjusted anyways. But then what was done was they looked at the hold harmless amount from last year, applied the same escalation that they did with regard to the differences between the rates from last year and this year, and escalated that, and then added that to the student-centered funding formula, calculated TCR, and that came up with an estimated TCR of 147,836,000, which is what is currently in your adopted budget book. Next slide. Now, pulling the Exhibit C from the State Chancellor's website, I'm going to walk you through the way the calculation is done so you can look at this for yourself. You don't have to believe me, it's in black and white. Go to the State Chancellor's office and see it for yourself if you wanted to. So the way in which the max TCR is calculated, you have to apply 3 different calculations and you take the highest of the 3. You can see that down here. It says 21, 27 TCR, max TCR, max of A, B, or C. So I'm going to go through A, B, and C. A is applying the student-centered funding formula. Run through the 70%, the 20%, 10%, with all the different outcomes, applying it to whatever the specific rates are associated with that, right? So that's first calculation. Second calculation is what they call the stability calculation. And that is the previous year TCR adjusted for the current year COLA. And you see that there, that's the 113, 311, 641. And then the hold harmless calculation, which is the TCR from 17-18 with approved COLAs from 17-18 through the current fiscal year. When you do that, the TCR from last year was 127, 788, 142. Following? Okay. Now, hold harmless is the difference between the calculated student-centered funding formula TCR and the max TCR. So in this case, it's 127, 788, 142 minus 109, 078, 900, which gets us to 18,709,242. All right, next slide, please. Thank you for highlighting that, Sasha. So that was last year. Let's apply the same methodology and see what we get for this year. So using the same methodology, calculated the student-centered funding formula, TCR, however, using the advance rates, not the July rates, we come up with 129,607,522. The difference is only because the rates changed. The calculation that was done by finance previous was correct. The error was in the hold harmless, but we'll get to that. Calculate the stability. We went through that. Calculate the hold harmless. 136, 171, 041. Guess what? It matches exactly the schedule that we got from the state. Okay? Hence, but what was in the budget book was the 147, 836, 926. The difference being the $11.665 million, which we have to deal with. Now, the thing that I want to make really, really clear, if you recall, when I went through some of the ongoing funding that we received from the state, I showed you that there was $600 million of additional funding for the student-centered funding formula, right? Now, people will say, well, where did that money go? Why isn't that isn't that increasing our total compensational revenue? No, it did not. And here's why. That money is effectively simply bought down the amount of hold harmless that's included in our TCR. So if you recall, go back to the previous slide, if you don't mind, Sasha. What was our hold harmless value? It was $18.709 million. What is our TCR value this time? Go to the next slide. 6.5 million. It was a reduction of nearly $12 million. So the resources that was dumped into the student-centered funding formula went to buy down the hold harmless for our district because our district is one of 10 districts that's still funded on the hold harmless rather than on the student-centered funding formula. So those increases that the state implements or provides under the student-centered funding formula will not inure to our benefit until we are funded on the student-centered funding formula. All right? Okay, next slide, please. So what we wanted to do in finance was to give you a range of options in how to cure the situation. And so these are generally how we can do it. And then we have specific options that we'll share. So one way is to use some of the remaining institutional component of the HERF funding, because HERF allows us to, number one, charge an indirect because it is a grant. And number two, we can use it to offset lost revenues. And we have lost revenues associated with not receiving as high of non-resident tuition from out-of-state and international students. So we can use that, charge that, and create a credit to our general fund to the tune of, well, we'll share with that in a minute, but that's one way of doing it. The other is to reduce the budget that we have in vacant position. What you may or may not know that what we do as a district, some do this, others do a little bit differently, but we budget 100% of all positions. That assumes that all positions are going to be filled 100% of the time for the entire year. Then the other thing is we had talked about increasing some of the buy downs for the OPEB liability and also buying down the student debt. So reducing some of those liabilities, which strengthen our position financially. Because if we reduce our liability, that's a stronger position, and that helps us with our bond rating and those sorts of things. So those are good, appropriate financial strategies to be pursuing. And then reducing the discretionary budget. This is one, well, you know, certain things that most of the budget is in our compensation, but the non-compensation items, these are those budgets, and we could reduce some of that to the extent that we can. And then the other, and this was actually something that one of our public commented on, that if we needed to, we could actually reduce our fund balance. That's a possibility for sure. The other thing is we've been talking about changes to our health benefit. Well, there is potential savings there. And that could also, if we realize those savings, could be used to offset the variance as well. So next slide, please. And I'm gonna go through these couple very quickly. So this is what's in the budget book right now. Okay, it shows a total revenue of 167.8 million. Okay, and then it shows an expense budget of 165 million, and then it shows a net operating variance of 2.7 million to the positive. So next slide, please. So here is what we have to do. We're going to correct the budget error in revenue by reducing the revenue by 11.665, okay? That's on the revenue side. Let's look at the expense side. We're going to reduce the expense budget by 9.5 million. Why not 11? Because remember, the ending balance for the year, the operating balance was 2.7, and we're going to capture that and then reduce the amount of expense budget reduction that we have to take, okay? Let's go on to the next slide, please. Okay, so hopefully none of you are colorblind. If you are, my sincerest apologies. But I tried to color code things so that it's really, really clear to follow what the changes are that we're proposing. So this is option number one. So what we're looking at doing specifically is using some of the HERF funding to add to our revenue. So you'll see a federal line item for revenues that wasn't there before, okay? And then we are looking at various expense reduction. So this proposal for the current fiscal year really has only two changes: the revenues from HERF and reduction in terms of budget for positions that are currently vacant to the tune of 45%. The total amount of budget for vacant position is about $14 million. Okay. And so what this does for the year 22-23, it really only affects those two line items. However, in the out years, there are some other adjustments that are made in order to maintain, essentially to keep our ending balance at about 16%. Why is that important? We wanted to maintain a stable ending balance because, number one, we are trying to refinance and go out for a new bond issuance. And so it's important to do that to try to maintain as high a bond rating as we possibly can. Next slide, please. And then the other one is we decrease the amount that we used in terms of salary savings or frozen positions. And with that, we then need to make certain adjustments for the current fiscal year, and that includes buying down the debt, and then also making reductions in the OPEB liability payments that we would be making from those two funds, where it says ongoing outgoes, and then the debt servicing of the bond. All that's related to the OPEB. Okay, so yes, ma'am.
I know that you probably want the questions at the end, but since you're already on the slide, before I ask my questions later on, the purple lines or the purple numbers, I see the numbers as being the same. So maybe you're about to explain that. So on this particular slide that we're on, book supplies and services as an example.
Yep.
Okay. Are you going to get to that?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
that's fine.
Okay.
If the previous slide, and there was another slide after this that has most of the assumptions. This, on the previous slide, option number one, like most expenses, we have an escalation of 2%. In this slide, I didn't apply this, we made it constant. That's sort of the reduction, is not allowing the expenses in books and supplies to grow at the normative 2% growth rate that we had previously. Okay, so excellent question. Okay, next slide. And so, and I'm not going to go through this, but it's more for your information. So I tried to articulate the major assumptions that's codified in here. I went through some of it quickly. So, but this is the information in terms of major assumptions for each of those items on the revenue side. You showed the key assumptions on the revenue side, key assumptions on the expense side. The one that I really will mention on the expense side, we are assuming a 5% COLA on the compensation. Okay, 5.56, not the 6.56 that was indicated in the state budget. Okay, and even with that, you can see how challenging things are. And that goes on. That's an ongoing expense. It's not like, okay, it's a one time, it's part of the ongoing expense. So it there every year. And then in subsequent years, beyond the 22-23 years, whatever that COLA is for that year, it gets compounded. And so that numbers grows. So I'll get to that in a moment. So those are the major assumptions there that I wanted to point out. Next slide, please. Okay, so as you know all too well, that based on the student-centered funding formula, FTS is still the dominant driver for influencing our revenues at 70%. So what I did here is to model and to show you, hey, what's happened with our FTS over the past 5 years. So what the blue line shows what the funded FTS is. And so in 17-18, our funded FTS and our earned FTS, they were the same. No gap. Since then, there's been a growing gap until the current fiscal year, where we are starting to begin to increase some year over year our FTS. And so there's a slight closing of our gap. So right now, 22-23, we don't know what where we're gonna land definitively because we just started the year, but based on what it was last year at the end, we're somewhere around, call it 3,500 shortfall between funded and actual. Okay, and that's important, so keep that number in mind. Next slide, please. So I'm modeling, trying to figure out, okay, well, look, if we are 3,500 FTS short of what we're funded at, how long will it take us potentially to recover that amount of FTS? So I did a sensitivity analysis with different assumptions about growth of FTS and modeled it. So at a 1% growth, and that's 1% every year, okay, it'll take us 28 years to close a 3,500 FTS gap. And then do the same thing for 2%, 3%, and then 5%. To give you an idea of how aggressive a growth pattern we would have to achieve in order to get to the level of FTS that we're funded at. Okay, next slide. And so this, I'm just modeling the total revenues. And so the main thing here, this is what our revenues have been doing. Next slide. And to show you that our revenues are broken up into, we have two basic components of the revenues. One is our apportionment or TCR, and then other revenues. And the other revenues, there's a little bit more fluctuation in that. It's a little bit more consistent with the TCR because that's largely driven by whatever the approved COLA is from the state. And so the increases reflect the percent of COLA year over year, especially given the fact that we're on hold harmless. Okay, next slide. Another thing is our expense budget more or less reflect our revenue budget. So there's not a lot of difference between the revenue budget and the expense budget. It's one thing if we were budgeting expecting a large surplus, that would be great, but that's not what we're doing because that would be a strategy for building ending balance, but that's not what we're doing. So our expense budget pretty much tracks our revenue budget, and it has been for the past 5 years. Next slide, please. So what I did was look at the actual expenses in our major expense category, which are our people. And so what we see here is that, you know, there is generally some, you know, variability or fluctuation But we do have, you know, some consistent patterns where most of the other employee groups we are positive, meaning that our actual expenses are less than what is budgeted. And the reason for that is because throughout the year, as I said, we budget 100% of the position with the expectation that 100% of it is budgeted for the entire year, and our actual experience is less than that. So we have salary and benefit savings that are reflected, with the exception of the part-time faculty, in which we historically have been overspending by large amounts. Now, to be fair, we have to offset that with the positive variance in the full-time faculty, because usually we use part-time faculty to fill classes that we don't have the full-time faculty there to cover, but we go much further than that. So anyway, that's what the experience patterns have been relative to our largest expense categories, which is our people. In general, we are spending less for other employee groups, more on the part-time faculty. Okay, next slide, please. Now, if you remember that with the roadmap that was included in the state budget, we are entitled to get COLA increases for this year, 22-23, 24-25, and 25-26. After that, we will no longer get COLA on our TCR. Our 24-25 TCR becomes our new floor. That's the level that our funding will not go below. So what this shows, the lighter blue, it shows an estimated increase in our TCR over the next couple of years, because we're going to get some COLA. I think in this model, I assume 3%. Who knows? It could be 4%, it could be 5%, it could be 0%. Don't know, but I'm taking a guess at it. And so I'm modeling it, showing a 3% growth for those 2 years. And then it's going to remain the same because it's a new floor. And until we get more revenues on the student center funding formula, our revenues are going to stay the same. And then using 2% growth in terms of escalation of our current budgeted expenses, by 26-27, we're going to have an inflection point whereby our budgeted expenses will exceed our budgeted revenues. Okay, next slide. Okay, so these are my suggestions. So I really believe that the time to act to address some of these fiscal challenges is now. We have 2 years in which our revenues are likely to continue to increase, bar some, significant issues with regard to the state overall economy. But then after that, it's going to get challenging for us. So I think what we need to do is that we have to work together. Our work has to be solution-oriented and collaborative in terms of finding a path forward that's equitable and effective. We need to set clear principles upon which these critical decisions ought to be made that reflect our values and institutional priorities. Failure is not an option. our students in our community need us to succeed, to preserve the college and the district that they rely on to transform their futures. Next slide. So created a tool that outlines different ways in which we need to begin thinking about these things. Some of these are revenue generation strategies. Some of these are strategies to reduce costs by one-time cost measures and ongoing cost measures. We may not want to do any of these. We may want to do some of these. This tool gives us a way to think about it in a thoughtful way and model what the impacts might be. The first column is what we call political feasibility. That's our willingness to do those things. We may rate it high. Yes, we are very likely to do that. Low, no, not likely to do that at all. So then we can take those off the list and then focus on the ones that we really are serious about doing. Once we do that, then we can estimate what the likely revenue generation might be or the cost reduction and plot it out year over year to see what the impacts would be so that we're making these decisions in a thoughtful, rational, value-centric way. Next slide. So that's it. I hope I didn't go through it too quickly, but I think I tried to give you a comprehensive view of things without overburdening you too much with nauseous levels of detail.
I love this stuff, so thank you. This is really appreciated. Let me go to my other trustees because I have many. Hello, is that okay? Let me go to my other trustees first because I have quite a few questions, but let's see if there are any trustees. I can't see anything, so Sasha, you're gonna have to help me out here. Or, really? No.
We have somebody in the public who wants to make a comment. I don't know if it's about this, but let's see. I also have, yes, Trustee Ewan has a question.
I actually have a number of questions, but I'll just start with two. Did I understand that when we look around the state, we're one of maybe, I think you said about 12 districts,
10
districts that are needing hold harmless, and all the other districts,
all the other
except for those 10,
the student center 20.1. I think we're probably one of 10 that's either on hold harmless or stability.
Okay. And so when we compare ourselves to those other districts, where is the principal gap between what we are supposed to be funded for and what we're actually performing?
Obviously we have 72 districts. I don't know the intimate details of all 72 districts' finances. I can tell you what things are at the aggregate level in terms of some of these things, but to be able to do that, I can't say. I will say that I have a meeting scheduled, I believe, next week to speak with the state chancellor's office, and I'll go through some of them. They have a dash.
Maybe I can clarify what I think. Maybe I wasn't clear enough.
Okay.
So the Skiff is based on traditional enrollment, and then 20% and 10% equity and so forth. Where are we falling short principally? Is it in the enrollment category? Is that where we are principally not reaching the Skiff metrics?
I think the best way for me to characterize that is that obviously because it is the largest share, and we have seen that our enrollment has been declining even before we entered into the pandemic. That is definitely the place where there's much work to be done. But there are potential opportunities with other components of the student-centered funding formula that there are other components of the students funding formula that could be looked at to be addressed. One of those is that our number of Pell recipients, given the population, is lower than it probably should be. And I know that we have been working on that, and that was also reflected in the report that was done on data integrity and that Jim Black did when they did their analysis a few years ago, and suggested some different enrollment strategies that we could pursue.
So,
and if I may intervene for a second, Nikki, I'll just say that some of the questions, he especially since he's just acting vice chancellor and he just came out to the position and is giving us our presentation. These pieces of knowledge he may not yet know, and so let's not put him on the spot.
Yeah, and this is really an inquiry. This isn't an inquisition. This is, as a board, making policy, trying to understand enough of the situation on the ground so that we can make informed choices. And so if I ask something where the answer is not immediately clear, it's just like, oh, I'm curious about this. Moving forward, at some point, it would be helpful for me personally, and maybe my colleagues, to understand some of this stuff. So that's one question, moving forward, trying to figure out, all right, we're failing to meet the Skiff goals. Where are we principally failing? And then that gives us a sense of what the opportunities are.
I have a big ego, so if I don't know something, I will tell you that I don't know.
Sure. Second question that I have then is about so as I understand it, your presentation is focusing on two things. One is we have an immediate $11 plus million gap that we have to fill between the budget that was initially prepared and the money that we actually have right now. I think Chancellor Jackson has pointed out, even with the loss of that fictional 11 point something million dollars, we still have $10 million more than we had last year.
That is correct.
Okay, so we've got a short-term problem, and then we've got a longer-term problem. And the question I asked you just now had to do with a longer-term problem. I actually want to just say I really like the proposed path for solutions. That is, we need to be working collaboratively. And right now, while we've got hold harmless money, we need to be in super experimental mode. We need to be figuring out what can we do before the thing starts falling apart to patch the holes in the system that we've got. And I think we're going to really need all hands on deck. In my mind, that means that we tap into the brilliance of the people on the ground who are implementing, working with students, et cetera. Okay, I want to now come to the short-term problem. And what I don't understand is this: if last year we were fully funded and we have $10 million more, we expect most of that's going to go to COLA. But we then ended up with about 8% of magic money on the books. We made a mistake. We said, oh, wow, we have all this money. Okay, we're going to put a big chunk of that into the ending balance. And of the $11 million, how much of that were we thinking we were going to put into our ending balance?
It was 2.7 million.
Okay, so then we decided we were going to spend an additional, let's say, $8 million or something like that. We were going to pay down some OPEB money, and that was a couple $1 million. Where else did we say, we've got special money? Look at all this money that's just appeared. And there was about, maybe I'm just ballparking at about $7 million of that extra money. Is there some reason that we couldn't just go back to last year's budget, do what we normally did, which was go to last year's budget, apply a COLA, and kind of move on? Is there some reason we can't basically go back to that formula
More or
so
less,
that we're not in the crisis that
more
we
or less
seem
that's
to
what
be
we've
in?
done. That's more or less what we've done. If you recall, if you look at the assumptions, we assumed that when you look at last year, we escalated the salary dollars for the personnel groups by 5.56% COLA. So either way, that's where the lion's share of the resources in terms of revenues go. We, unlike other districts, 90 some odd percent of our budget is tied up in people. The state average is somewhere between 85 and 87%. So we have a concern there, and we have to right size that at some point.
I think I understand that. And what I'm asking in terms of fixing the immediate challenge, Chancellor, is there some reason that we would not simply as a baseline go back to what we did last year, apply a COLA, and more or less spend the money that we spent last year? And that basically will solve the problem that we have where we put all this money into the budget that we didn't actually have. Isn't the fix just to go back to last year's budget, apply a COLA to the personnel, and then say, well, okay, so we're not going to grow, we're not going to pay down tons of OPEB money, and we're not going to increase our ending balance tons?
More or less, that's.
I was going to say, I don't know where that's coming from. Okay. I don't know. I just turned my mic on to speak. I wish it were that easy, Trustee Gonzalez-Ewing. First of all, we overspent. We've given a few reports where, we've overspent. So we can't just go back because we overspent the budget we had last year. So we've got to figure out a way to cull back on some of those expenses. And the way that we have been moving forward at least since I got here last year, was to take a very prudent role on what vacancies we had, which were critical vacancies that we were going to fill, and to move forward to try to address what Dr. Jones just said, which is what was in our FitMat report, is that we need to start addressing that delta, because we are spending more than is recommended as a percentage of our total revenue on salaries and benefits. And so that's why we have been cautious in moving forward and saying we're going to fill all of these positions. When I got here, there was 44 positions that we were looking at filling last year. Imagine if we had done that and then found out this, this gap. So because we didn't do that, we're in a better position now not to make these major jumps and major swings to address the shortfall. And so we're looking at taking another prudent step and maintaining that balance, because if we are not able to increase our revenue, and remember, our revenue, 70% of that comes from FTES still. If we're not able to increase the revenue in that 70% bracket, we're going to need that reserve to maintain the same level of staffing that we have and not reduce it, but also not add to it. So we were planning on doing that in a more methodical manner in the next year. This little hiccup has meant that we're going to have to do it a little faster than we thought we were going to have to address it. So the recommendations that we put forward right now are the short term. If you look at recommendation number 1 and recommendation number 2, it just changes the percentage. Recommendation number 1 just changes the percentage of the positions that are vacant that we will not fill. And then I believe in recommendation number 2, it also has that. And then the other component is to increase the revenue in the form of what is allowable under the law for CARES funds, because we've been using the CARES funds to do facility changes. And one of the things, the assumptions that was presented at the beginning from the state is that the state has increased the amount of facilities and instructional equipment. So we can use those funds under CARES that we were targeting to use for instructional equipment and use for the indirect costs, and to use for the loss in revenue from international and non-resident students. That is allowable. So we're increasing our revenue on that. That was the recommendation. And then on the reduction side, we can look at continuing to freeze at a different percentage level. And then I believe there was some more changes in option number 2. It reduced, if you want to, yeah, it was the buy down of debt that was added to that. So those are, we think, are reasonable, not knee-jerk reactions. You'll see that we are still looking at moving forward with the hiring of faculty because we did receive those funds, and really kind of just making some adjustments to take care of it. And because we have the carryover in our fund balance, that also reduced it from being 11 million to 9. So that is what we're trying to do now, and to get the board, if you're leaning more toward option 1, or if you're leaning more toward option 2, and then we will come back with some real numbers. And we will also include in that presentation the number of positions that are faculty, the number of positions that are classified professionals, and the number of administrators, how many we hired this last year, how many people retired. The presidents are working on that right now.
All right, I have other questions, but I'm going to defer my questions for other colleagues, and we'll circle back around. Thank you, President Reese.
Are there any other questions from any of the other trustees?
Madam President.
Yeah. Trustee Jenkins?
Thank you. Dr. Jones, thank you for the thorough presentation. I might have missed it, but if we're not hitting our goals, what does it look like when Skiff is over with?
Okay, let me say it this way. For the foreseeable future, Skiff isn't going to be over with. But I do think what you really meant is what happens when hold harmless goes away or is over with. Essentially, what that means is whatever our TCR is in 24, 25, that becomes our floor. And that means that that's the level of funding that we're not going to drop below. Even if our enrollments decline further, we're going to be guaranteed that level of funding. The problem is that if we look at the historic growth rate of our expenses, we're likely to exceed our funding level a year after our revenues stop growing. That's the problem.
And I think that you make a very good point with slide 22, where you see our revenues this way and our expenditures continually increasing. So that's pointed out very clearly there. Kevin, Trustee Jenkins, did you have another question subsequent to that?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Is there anybody else out there? Because I can't see.
The Chancellor has a question.
Chancellor? I have more afterwards.
Want to go crazy. I didn't have a question because I'm aware of the time it is going, and I know there may be some additional questions. I know President Reese had said you had some questions, but if the board members would be thinking in terms of the 2 options that we presented, those we tried to do that again without hyperbole, trying to look at something that we think we can achieve without a lot of angst amongst our employees, our internal constituents, but still moving forward with some of the things that the board wants to accomplish in its goals of this year. But definitely working within our our participatory governance bodies to look at these numbers, to chart a path that is not just episodic, but is continuing, and to elicit the support of our bargaining units, because what is said in public has a reflection on how students perceive us. And so if we're shooting ourselves in the foot, the proverbial phrase, I can show you in data. I didn't do it tonight, but I will plan on doing that. Show you in data how we're perceived. And there is a significant difference in the perception of how people talk about us when we are bad-mouthing ourselves versus currently that we have a 25% increase in how people are perceiving us now with the back to school and the free college. So we have to work together, or else whatever we put out, we are not going to be able to overcome the deficit as I think Dr. Jones presented. We've got to have a sustained growth over the next 3 to 5 years to be able to close that gap. That is a fact. That is not speculation. We have to do that, and we have to do that together. And it just serves no good for us to fight in a public forum about the best way to do it. Let's discuss it in a logical, educated manner so that we have a plan that will take us beyond this minor crisis to one that's looming in the future. So it wasn't a question, it was more of a comment. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll talk faster so that we can answer the questions a little bit more quickly. And then it's basically just two questions in 2 different areas. And then I'll just wrap us up back to the 2 responses or the 2 possible solutions. So the first question is, and I think I know the answer, but I think it's good also for the public to hear. When you were talking about the funded and the earned FTES, and you were talking about the gap or the big delta that continues to increase. The question that I have there is, what is the consequence of actually not getting to our funded amount, that gap? What is the consequence for that? Because we haven't been meeting it for years. So what is the consequence for that?
Well, the consequence is that after 24, 25, our revenues aren't going to grow. Our revenues are going to stay the same. That's the consequence. And unless we take more dramatic efforts to drive down the cost to align with the revenues, you can see how rapidly that cost curve is increasing. So it'll take some significant reduction, basically in personnel, in order to bring that down to be commensurate with the projected revenues into the future. Now, there are nuances to that, meaning that if there are significant increases in the rates and there is some reasonable increase in FTS and things like that, that could happen. But when that's going to be and what all those different numbers are, I can't predict that. There are just way too many variables. But that's the essential implication of not closing that gap, is that our revenues are not going to change, whereas our costs, we're going to be continuing to fight to keep them at the level that's consistent with a non-growing revenue stream.
And we will no longer be eligible for cost of living increases after that point if we are not meeting the Skiff goals.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. And I think that that's exactly what we kind of need to continue to say out there, because when it's not here and now, the urgency of the situation does not necessarily go through people's heads. So I think that we really need to hear that, and we need to continue to hear that, because things change in 24, 25, and it's not, and that's right around the corner.
That's right. We have 2 years.
Yeah, and we're not feeling the consequences right now because
That's
it seems like we're incredibly flush, especially with CARES and her funds at all. But the reality of the matter is,
well, the other reality, we did make some adjustments because I had to reduce some of the expenses in 24, 25 because we did not have the $4 million in her for 24, 25. So there was a larger reduction in those years, but some of that was offset by the the fact that we are still going to be getting COLA for the next 2 years.
Okay. And then the second question I have, which I'm not sure if you're going to be able to answer today, and then I'll bring it back to the two adjustment options, budget adjustment options in closing. But the question that I had to do with the full-time and part-time that you showed there. So the full-time, as you were saying, was under budget. And this is a part that I'm not sure if I completely understand, because we keep the vacant positions, we budget the vacant positions, even though we don't necessarily fill them. And so we are under budget there because sometimes we actually budgeted more because those vacant positions were not filled than we actually spent. Is that what that means?
More or less, but let me state it a little bit differently.
Okay.
What we do is every position that we have, we budget 100%. What the underlying assumption is that position is going to be filled with someone earning a paycheck for the entire academic year. In reality, what happens is people come and go. Positions are vacant for periods of time that we are recruiting and other kinds of activities. And so the full amount of the budget is there, but because of hiring and other kinds of consideration, people leave or whatever, not all of that is used to pay that person because they've stepped out of that role for some period of time and it remains unfilled for some period of time, okay? So that's where you get the salary saving because 100% is budgeted, but because of circumstances, only 70%, 80%, 25% is actually consumed by having someone in that position.
And then this one doesn't need to be answered, but just a question for our part-time faculty expenses that I'm not sure if I fully understand that, but we can go through that at our next reading or another time. Sure. But the other thing that I know has been a perennial question at this district is we have the parcel tax that is the $8 million per year. And so, and I think that is, that could be used or could be allocated or is supposed to be going to our STEM classes and such, and could be used for part-time. So I guess
it is used, used, but remember, this was just the unrestricted general fund. It does not include the parcel tax, right. Okay? So that's why I try to be really, really careful about stating exactly which fund we are talking about.
Okay, good, thank you. And then I'm just gonna go back to the end, our two possible solutions here so that the board can recap with the two options that you have given us.
Yes, ma'am.
And yes. Okay, we're going to start closing this off though, Nikki, because it's going to come back to us for sure. I just want to make sure that we don't have open-ended questions. Or Nikki, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, so, and we've also spent quite a bit of time on this. So if you have one or two quick questions, not open-ended, and then let's go back to the budget options because I think we're supposed to be thinking about that at this particular point. Go for it quickly.
All right. So I do have questions about that part-time allocation and how, you know, the actuals versus the adopted and trying to figure that out. But I'll leave that and I'll just say, we're being asked to look at these two options without really fully understanding the impact on the ground of what that looks like. And from my perspective, I think what I'm hearing is that we need to be doing something different than we've been doing. What we've been doing hasn't been successful. So I think we need to change approaches. And I think that lines up with the next thing, which is that I'm going to say here, and that's in order for me to understand what the freeze of 45% is versus the next option of 30-something%, I guess I don't really have a way of knowing what option works better. And so what I want to see is a much more robust, inclusive process of figuring out how to get out of this hole. And to me, that means going to students and the faculty and the staff who are most closely affected by how these decisions are being made, and to hear from them in a really serious way, not a rubber stamp way, not a here, it's like we need to tap into that level of creativity and energy and excitement. And I think until we do that, we're just going to keep ending up right back here in the same place. So that's all I was going to say. And so,
right,
in order to make a decision, I need to hear more from our shared governance partners.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
And I think you may have missed what the chancellor had said earlier. So it's going to go through the participatory governance processes, and it will go through the feedback. The other obvious problem that we have is that we are constrained by time. We do need to have this budget approved by the end of this month because it needs to be submitted to the state. And so, an option that we can have is have a special meeting in between now and the next official board meeting. That is certainly something we can do, but we do not. Right. And we probably will. Yeah, sure. But we do not have an incredible amount of time. So, and that's the reality of the matter. And so just, keep that in mind. So we've got the budget adjustment option 1 and budget adjustment option 2. How would you like the feedback, the processes, how would you like this to kind of come out? I mean, thank you for giving us options, because I think having this be open-ended would have been very difficult for the board to kind of think about where to even start.
Well, I think as AC Jones, ABC Jones indicated, we've already, and I believe that also Donald Moore indicated, we've already had one meeting of the participant, the PBC. I know it's getting late. So they've seen this with the changes, and that was, I believe, last Friday. So they've already taken a look on it. We've asked them to give us feedback. We have the PBIM that's coming up on the 16th. So this coming Friday. We will also be looking at it at that meeting and asking for input. Then we have another week before we have another regular board meeting. If the board wanted to have a meeting after we have the PBIM meeting, we could do so and just have a one agenda item. We could do that. And then it would come up for publication in the agenda by next Friday. And then the board would vote on it in time. What I told different constituency groups is we don't have to get it perfect. That is why they put into processes such as journal entries, budget transfers. So it isn't that the board is adopting a budget and it's in stone and it can't change after the date, but we do have to put something into the state by the 27th. So we can still continue to have input if there is this uproar that people didn't have time, but we have been presenting this. We had a town hall on the 1st of September. The following week, we had a planning and budget committee meeting. We have this forum. We talk about it at the PBIM coming up on the 16th. If the board wants to have another meeting, and then we have the final budget. But I feel that we have gotten the information out in a timely manner. It's recorded. Anyone can go out and look at it. It's on the webpage. So I think we answered questions, and I, at that meeting, asked anyone if they had any recommendations. These were the boxes that you saw with the recommendations that resulted in the options 1 and option 2. If someone has a better idea of doing that, but sometimes recommendations don't take into account all of the other variables. And so I agree. If you have ideas, if anyone wants to get us information, we're willing to look at it, but time is not on our side.
Yeah.
I'd like to make one
Yes.
one other comment. This for 23-24, the current fiscal year, none of these changes have direct impact on current operations, the way in which we are doing business right now, what it does is, and depending, and I don't have this off the top of my head, it may have no impact, especially if we adopted like the 35%. And here's why. Under the best of circumstances, any of those vacant positions, we're never going to fund them from July 1. We were never going to hire all of those positions and have someone in those seats on July 1. So we're essentially capturing some of that right now. Right now. Some districts, they budget 95%, 98% because they know that there's going to be a certain amount of salary and benefit savings every year because you never have 100% of every position filled for the entirety of the year. We do it differently. That's fine. It's completely legitimate. So what I'm saying is either option is not going to have any significant implications for the current way we're operating. It does for future, and yes, we still may need some of those vacant positions, and we can work with all the stakeholders to ensure that critical vacancies get filled in the most expeditious time frame possible and all of those sorts of things. Absolutely, we're more than willing to have those kinds of conversations. But these options have what I believe the least amount of current operational impact. Okay.
I think that that is, again, important to close with and important for us to hear because as with you all, I think we are always concerned and we want to ensure that the budget stays, any budget cuts stay as far away from the classroom as possible. And I know that that is a priority for all of you. Okay, so we come back with this, probably a special meeting, we'll figure that out. But let's move on to the second agenda item of the evening. Thank you, Dr. Jones. All right, let's go to 5.2, Dr. McKinley.
Good evening, everyone. So this should be very quick. This is simply the first reading of an actuarial study that we asked regarding the effects on the OPEB liability if we were to make the healthcare changes that we proposed. And just very quickly, and this will come again, of course, on the next board meeting. And if the board of trustees wishes, we can certainly have the actuarial come and make a short presentation about that. But in a nutshell, if we do make the changes that we proposed, it will reduce our OPEB liability by $42 million over the next 20 years, and it'll reduce the annual servicing fees by $833,000 per year. So that's the bottom line in a nutshell. And as I said, this is the first reading, and the second reading will be on the next board meeting agenda.
Trustees, any questions?
I see no hands, President.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. McKinley.
You're welcome.
All right, let's go to 5.3, the first reading of the ACCJC follow-up report.
I'm not sure.
Is Dr.
Dr.
Fultz
Fultz,
still
are
here?
you still out there? Okay, all right, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you, Janet. Bye-bye.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and presidents, all of the PCCD family. I'm really excited to just be able to share this first read of the report that we need to turn in October 1st. So Sasha, are you going to put the PowerPoint up for me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And go ahead and go to the next slide. I'm going to go through it rather quickly too. You've seen this timeline before. We're at the bottom of September now, and we're on the first read and going towards the October 1st submission requirement. Next slide. So as you recall, we have 6 district requirements that we are responding to. And I want to just say, first of all, it's my privilege to work with all of you at PCCD. You are a human enterprise. You're not perfect, but I have to say that what I've known about you and dug into the evidence to create these things has made me so proud to be a part of the great work that you're doing. And this first district requirement is about the internal control mechanisms and evaluation of your financial management practices. So what I've done here is, after speaking with many people, all of the experts that you have within the district, we've made a judgment about whether or not you've met that district requirement based on our experience understanding what this requirement is in the ACCJC standards. And tonight has been a lot about finances, and I know that there was an error that was caught, but I think that there are a couple of significant things that have allowed that to happen. One is, if you look over there at the sustained actions that you've taken to correct this requirement, there was a program review. There was a realignment and a reporting change in finance and administration. And it's actually a result of looking at this finance and administration structure and reporting process that allowed you to catch this error. And then you literally blew my mind by going out to the entire district and transparently explaining this and getting feedback. And this is actually what this requirement's about. It's about checking and double checking and understanding that we need to work collaboratively to get through all of these financial regulations that we've got and the funding that we get. You've also, on the third bullet there, you have implemented PeopleSoft. You're monitoring it daily with some of the great consultation that you got from the Data Integrity Project. You've got Huron evaluating it, training people. You've got EdgeRock that's doing analytics on it. And I would like for Oracle to say, oh, we can do it and we can do it perfectly, but they can't. And you do have to keep finding problems, and there will be opportunities to improve. And PCCD has done this over and over again. In the document, if you read it all and you look at all the evidence, you are going to see some extraordinary work where problems were discovered, where Oracle has issues they didn't even know they needed to fix to make it work for you and for their other colleges. So after looking at all of this evidence and seeing the consistent oversight the board has, tonight being an example of that, and then the restructuring and even the hiring of Dr. Jones in at this point in time and being able to explain the situation, we really felt in the end that you have met this standard. And, it's going to be up to the visiting team to say what they think, but we feel that we've got evidence that supports that. And it also supports the fact that we don't think we're perfect, that we've got embedded mechanisms to cyclically evaluate and correct things as they come up, just like tonight. So next slide. The next requirement, this one's tough. It's about the external audit findings. And I think it's really important that we read what the standard says. It says that the team recommends the district respond to external audit findings. You also had a fiscal issue back in 2020 that said you needed to address all findings. And your audit still has findings, I believe, because the audit that they're going to look at next is from last year. It's a retrospect. There still could be findings, but you are addressing those findings and correcting them. And the audit that you got this last year was unmodified, which is the highest level of assurance. There was no financial issues with any of the documents or the amounts that you reported. You've got PeopleSoft 2 modules that are new, that are improving everything that you're doing on a regular basis. There's still more Oracle work that's coming out. You are On top of it again with Huron addressing gaps and with EdgeRock looking at the analytics. If you look at the report, there is a specific area on COD, which is the common origin and disbursement with the federal government, where you have had a couple of findings. And I think that you should note that those findings are, even though they're in the same category, COD, they've changed. As you fixed one area of it, a finding came the next year that was on a slightly different area. So it's not that you're not correcting things, you are. It's just this process of continually approving things. And the new phase 3 work with Oracle, you're getting a lot of traction on the corrections that you're making. So next slide, please. This is another finance area. It's specifically financial aid programs oversight. And you've done an incredible job hiring just the right people with just the right skills. And then that financial aid area has instituted a check and balance that reminds me of the federal government. I mean, they really have people looking for problems, identifying issues, and then working together to solve them. A lot of these overlap with your audit findings, but they're in the process of being corrected. I also want you to notice in the current status, again, we've said met, that we feel that you have met the oversight issue of the financial aid problem findings. And I also want you to look right down there in that current status. You're going to see a difference this year from last year's report. You have more people in the right places doing the right things, responsible to correct this. We used to have like one person there, but you've got just the right people in the district and college financial aid directors. Those leaders are doing an awesome job. And you've got VPSs that are doing a fantastic job. So you are in the process of meeting that standard. Next slide. This is just an overview of that oversight that is there and 4 different kinds of meetings and checks and balances that go on with some details that just encapsulate what's in the report. Next slide. Then we get to the district requirements that are about you, the board, and what you all have been doing. And as I listened to your opening again of your meeting, you have been so sustained in establishing your goals, evaluating your goals, in doing a self-assessment, in figuring out ways like scheduling the board presentations ahead of time, in checking on financial stability. This board, I listened to the recorded meetings, and there is a transformation. I think sometimes when you're part of that transformation, you might not see it as much as someone like me from the outside that sees how this increased reporting and responsibility really meets this standard to assure the academic quality, integrity, and effectiveness, and also to address financial stability in the district. So again, with the experts that I met with, we feel that you've met this standard. Next slide. This one again is about the board, and it has to do with the trustees reaching a decision. And look at tonight, you've got a great opportunity to reach a decision that's supported by everybody. And these are not easy decisions. But I looked at your strong voting records. I listened to the things that you all talked about in your retreats. I looked at the unanimous resolutions, and some of those are on tough topics, but you voted unanimously on all except the one of being together at board meetings. You voted unanimously for a variety of resolutions that are very important. And you've continued with your ongoing policy making. So you all in the assessment of those people that I've spoken with, we just feel that you've met this standard. Next slide. Thank you. This is the last requirement. It's number 7, and it has to do with a governing board that's independent, policymaking, and reflects the public interest. And as I listened to the recorded YouTube videos of your meetings, you have a lot of public interest, and you all have been so patient and civil and listened so well to the input that you've gotten. I don't think anybody that watches a YouTube, and I used a lot of those as evidence, could say anything different than there has been a sustained collaboration amongst you with very civil discourse. And you are a board that I think many districts wish that they had. There's no perfect board, but I think you are one that many people would love to work with. Next slide. Those district requirements have to be cleared by June of 2024, but by January of 2023, the fiscal issues have to be resolved. You had 3. The first one has to do with reducing your operational spending, which clearly you've been working on. And I just wanted to add to the budget decision that you're making tonight. If you look back at the CFS 311s that you've turned in over the last 5 years, you have been more stable than I could see in the history of the district. And you've had an unmodified audit this time, and you've got a very stable reserve. I also know, although it wasn't brought up, I know this from the evidence, that you have a team of people, the PBIM and the PBC, that are working on a resource allocation model that I think the trustees will see is really that long-term view that will include the strategic planning being done throughout your district, and maybe, yeah, help to change things in a different way than the way that you have been doing them in the past. But I just want to make the point that the operational spending has not been an issue in the last 5 years. You've done a great job with that. So it's not like you're bound by anything from the past. You actually met this fiscal issue previously, but we just have to prove it now. And then the second fiscal issue is the restructuring plan. And included in that evidence is the way that the board so wisely made a resolution that they would keep the interims until the district stabilized. And if you look back at the evidence, you are going to find that that work that you did was so vital and really exactly the right thing that you could have done so that the realignment can be implemented. You've got a district functional map that you're working on, and that's going to do amazing things. So this is just some detail on the fiscal issue number 1, those points that I made, and just reminding you of those really important, stable principles that you've agreed to that will take you to different decision making. And then the next slide is fiscal issue number 2. You've got that functional map working. It's clear because we've got more names responsible for making changes in the district, and those names are there because you know what their function is within the district. So you have definitely cleared fiscal issue 1 and fiscal issue 2. Fiscal issue 3 was about the addressing the audit findings, which we already said that you did. So the next slide. To the best of our knowledge, looking at everything, all the work that you've done, and I know tonight has been a tough night to think about all of these problems, but you have met in a really short timeline all of these requirements and fiscal issues that we were given just last June to start working on. And like I said, some of them are looking back a year, but in our opinion, you've met it. And I think if everyone understands the evidence and is able to share that with the visiting team, they're going to understand that you've met it as well. The last slide. Once again, this is just the timeline. And I'm not quite sure if I've got whether it is a virtual visit or a live visit and whether I've got the October dates right, but we are narrowing in on this. We would love to have any feedback on the report that you have as quickly as possible so that we can turn it around we have gotten the best edits from your district. Oh my gosh, the classified, the faculty, the administrators, they have worked so hard and given me so many good things that I've got the last report draft ready just for any other input in the next couple of days so that we can get it to you to vote on. But you've done a great job. I know it's not without challenges, but I am so convinced that you've got evidence that shows that you are meeting these standards and the physical issues have been resolved. So that's all I've got for you tonight. And thank you for letting me be a part of all of the good work that your district is doing.
Dr. Fulks, I am speechless. You are the best in the field when it comes to ACCJC, and the fact that you are hand in hand with us through this process, and the fact that at the end, well, it's not at the end, but at this point of it, of the journey, you are letting us know how much has been accomplished is just amazing. And it's real infrastructural, authentic, genuine work. Thank you all, you guys, because it's all you. It's this whole district and all the work you've done. But thank you, Dr. Fulks. This is just gratifying to hear. You have no idea. You have no idea. Thank you. Shall we move on to the next item? Anything else, Chancellor, on that?
No, I just really want to take the time to thank Janet publicly. I reached out to her. She said yes. And we really could not have done this without her guidance. She put it together, packaged it, and presented it in such a way that I am claiming our victory, that we will be fully accredited at the January meeting, 2023, and all of the individuals that have been touched, not only by her belief in us, because I think that's important, rather than coming in with a demeaning look, and really challenge us to show that we could do it and that we have been doing it and presenting it in such a way. So thank you again, Janet. I really, honestly, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate it.
Let us move on to 6.1. It's a review of administrative procedure, 7400, purely informational. Dr. Jackson. It's our travel authorization edits.
Yes. Just a quick historical background. At the board's retreat this past summer, Dr. Helen Benjamin was working with us, and this was an item that we ran out of time. And the board asked if she could work with, I believe, the president, vice president, myself, and Dr. Benjamin. And so this item is really the only changes for the addition of the board. So that's why, and the board approves this. So, and it's an AP, and I approve the AP. So it's informational items based upon the guidance from the board. If there's any questions, I'll try to address them.
Madam President?
Yes.
Just for clarification, Chancellor, on section Article 5 and letter A, it says the Vice Chancellor shall include. Can we make sure we put which Vice Chancellor shall include a line item in the annual budget?
It's the finance, Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration. So yes, we can add that.
Okay, and then in section C, trustee, no, is it D? Yeah, and then meeting immediately following trustee participation in the district funded professional development activity, trustees must give a brief report. Can we put should instead of must?
That was something that we felt that it should be a requirement because we do require it of our staff who go. They have to present on the campus, at a meeting, at a council member during professional flex day. And so we felt that at the least that the board members should do that. So it wasn't that you had to do it immediately following, and maybe we can take that out, but it was that you should, if the board entertains that, I have no problem, but we did discuss that and say that it isn't an option, but must and should are pretty close.
Yeah, they're pretty close. And every trip that I've gone to, I have given a presentation either from the conference or immediately following, but I just want to make sure that we don't put an AP in there and then we're going against our own AP by people forgetting to present about the conference at the one immediately following. So I'm okay with if we remove immediately following, the meeting immediately following, or putting a should instead of must. Either one of the two works.
Okay. What would the board entertain? I can take out immediately following and leave the must. Or we could do the should and say immediately following.
Might I suggest shall and take out the immediately following, but trustees shall provide a brief report as opposed to give, so that the vehicle of that report could be written, it could be verbal. As it is, it sounds as though it's verbal, but if it were simply a written report, a short written report that could be included in the board agenda packet, made public, that would suffice.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Okay.
I think it meets the spirit of what we're doing here. We're trying to create transparency, provide an opportunity for trustees to share their knowledge. It's not punitive, it's additive.
I agree. So we'll change the AP to add 7,400. I just want to make clear to add the Vice Chancellor Finance and Administration. I think it's the full title. And the other one would be to strike must and immediately following and say shall provide a brief report.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Jenkins. That was helpful.
Let's move on to the consent calendar. May I have a motion?
I move that we approve the entire consent calendar.
Second.
I'm sorry, hold on. Can we backtrack? Is there something that I missed?
There was an item, I found out after the board packet was presented that under item 7.1, one of the individuals, I think it's the first one that's listed.
Oh, I didn't even go to 7.1. I'm sorry. Oh, no.
Because you
this is part
said
of
the
consent.
entire consent agenda, so that's.
Okay,
So
you're right.
I jumped in.
So what do you want us to do with the 7.1?
If whoever second and firsted, Trustee Withrow, and I'm not sure who was the second, would accept the friendly amendment on approving with the exception of the first, and I.
7.1.
Kiani Jelani.
Thank you, Kiana. Thank you, Jelani.
I accept the amendment.
Trustee Gonzalez, UN, do you also accept? Or are you still seconding the friendly amendment?
No, that's fine.
Okay. All right, let us do roll call, please.
Student Trustee Hogan. Student Trustee Latino.
Yes.
Trustee Withrow.
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins.
Yes.
Trustee Handy.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Yuan.
Yes.
Trustee Delphine Polk.
Yes.
Trustee Napoli Bellarice.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Let's move on to 12.1. Dr. Jackson. consider readoption of resolution number 21/22-51 for Brown Act covered legislative bodies.
Yes, we have in the past had to re-adopt this, and I didn't know if Natasha was still online. There was some changes that were happening at the state. We thought this might be the last time that we would invoke this requirement, but I didn't know she had an update on what's happening at the state with the Brown Act. But I believe the board was going to make some make some recommendations on what we were going to do in the future in terms of fully return to campus and face-to-face board meetings. But Natasha, if you're there, if you could give us an update on what's happening with the state.
Yeah, thank you, Chancellor. I am completing the research for you on the bills that we're going through the legislative process, and I'll have that update for you tomorrow. But in terms of the major announcements that were being made by the state, they were made, and they do relate to the testing mandate for unvaccinated employees, but they did not address the AB 361 resolution that you're considering tonight. After I complete the research and the memo for the district, I will be able to revise the resolution as needed. And my recommendation would be, Chancellor, that the board does consider readopting the resolution to give both the board as well as the Brown Act compliant legislative meetings of the district the flexibility to continue in this process until we have clarity. And you can always, even while you have the resolution existing, you can always begin to meet in person. Any legislative body of the board of the district can do that even while the resolution is in place.
Thank you. So the recommendation is that we would adopt this until such time or until the board makes a decision on our fully return to operational.
May I have a motion, please? Thank you, Trustee Withrow. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Jenkins. Roll call.
Student Trustee Hogan,
Yes.
Student Trustee Latino,
Yes.
Trustee Withrow,
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
Trustee Handy,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
Trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
Trustee Napoli Bellarice.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. 12.2, consider adoption of resolution number 22/23-75, authorizing submission of the annual 2022 facilities 5-year capital outlay construction plan for fiscal years 2024 to 2028 for submission to the Chancellor's State Office. Vice Chancellor.
There was,
Smith.
we presented this during Flex Day. I believe that IVC Atharia Smith presented this. Any recommendations or changes were included in that. The presentations are also made on the campuses. So I would recommend approval of this document.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Trustee Withrow. Second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez Ewan. Any discussion?
Just very brief.
Mhm.
I want to point out that part of our, over the break, somebody asked me about board policy regarding sustainability, and we were able to track down the board policy, et cetera. And I just want to remind us that we have a standard of sustainability for LEED Silver certification for all construction within the district. And I'm going to bring that up again, one, because I think it's important for us to acknowledge that as a district, we have high standards, and but we don't talk about it very much. And I think it would be useful for us from time to time to revisit that, maybe improve those standards. And the LEED certification itself is not so much critical as the meeting the standard, and how we meet that standard and certify it is a different matter. But I think I'll just, as we are looking at these matters, I think it's worth reiterating. So that's it. Thank you for the work. I'm excited to see us envisioning this district, the renewal of this district. There's some projects on there in particular that are super exciting, particularly at Laney. It'd be great to see a learning center rebuilt and the student center redone. Thank you for the general services staff and your work.
Roll call, please.
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Napoleon Bellarice.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. 12.3, consider adoption of resolution number 22-23-76, declaring futility of soliciting bids and ratifying contract with Rosendin Electric in the amount of $442,282.27.
I'd like to move 12.3 and 12.4.
Second.
Discussion? Okay, roll call.
Student trustee Hogan. Is she there? I can barely hear her.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Napoleon Bellarice.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. 12.5, consider adoption of the district bank signers resolution number 22/23-79.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? Roll call.
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Napoleon Bellarice.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And the last item on the agenda, 12.6, consider approval of the emergency conditions recovery plan included in the allowance application. Dr. Droker?
Hi, good evening. This is an application to protect our FTES from the COVID decline. We've actually applied for this stabilization money for the last 2 years, so this is the third year we're doing it. The requirement is that we have the emergency conditions plan, which address how we will work to increase our enrollment in light of the COVID emergency. And so that's what we're submitting for you tonight. We will bring it back in February as the plan develops. But this application actually was due to the state on September 1st. So we submitted it through the chancellor on behalf of the resolution of taking action, and we're asking you to adopt the plan tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Droker. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank
Second.
you, and thank you, trustee Jenkins. Roll call.
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Napoleon Bellarice.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, and we are in the report section of the agenda. Trustee Gonzalez Yuan? Do you have a report tonight?
No, I don't have a report per se, but I did, when we were talking about the accreditation, I wanted to go back to that and just thank the entire team, not just the presenter, but the entire team. It's really been an extraordinary effort. And the thing that I'd like to point out is that we're all working under really hard circumstances. Trust isn't super easy to come by, and being able to cooperate in a way to put together the report, and more importantly, to reach the standard, has really truly been challenging. And I've seen this board come together in a way that's been really helpful. And so my congratulations to us as a district, and really my gratitude to my colleagues on this board, as well as the very many people who work in this district who persist in spite of feeling unappreciated often and overworked almost always. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Handy?
Yes, just want to say in the past couple of weeks, we were able to attend the mayoral forum that was given by Center for Elder Independence. And it was a great opportunity for us to hear the different candidates, but it was also nice to have people back on our campus as well. Next, on September 26th, I will be taking my last delegation of students to the Congressional Black Legislative Caucus. We have students from Berkeley City College, Laney, and Merritt College, and also staff that are going. And they're going to have an incredible time. From the minute our feet touch the ground, we'll be at the Smithsonian one day. The next day, we'll be meeting with our lobbyists, starting the conference. Full day of the conference, and we'll have a constituency breakfast with Barbara Lee, who is very excited about us coming again. And then the students will be doing a tour where we leave Barbara Lee's office. We go through the tunnels, we go over to the Capitol, we see everything there, and then we head back to their intensive schedule. So I'm just really glad to be able to go. And I'm also glad that we have staff from Berkeley City College and Merritt going, and hopefully they'll be able to not only continue this program, which I've been doing for about, 16, 17 years, but also to look at the same opportunities for other caucuses, such as the Latinx caucus. We do have a PAHI, and that is pretty well staffed, and we get our students there as well. But anytime we have an opportunity to immerse our students in their culture as well as learning opportunities, I think we should take that. It's really a blessing to be able to do that. That's all for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Handy. Trustee Withrow?
I'll take a pass.
Thank you, Trustee Withrow. Trustee Jenkins?
Thank you, Madam President. I want to piggyback on what Trustee Handy said about the mayoral forum. It was so wonderful seeing people in community back on our campus, and our campus being used for the purpose of bringing community together. And I hope that this mayoral forum is something that we can institutionalize across our campuses. I think it was important and really got the community out. I want to congratulate our football team. Laney football team is now 2-0. So keep going. And then I was the inaugural guest on the Merritt Hour. I had a great host welcome me in, Dr. David Johnson. So if you get a chance, please check out that episode. And that's it for me, Madam President.
Thank you. Vice President Delphine Polk?
Yes, I'll keep it really, really brief just because I know we're a little bit late. But I did want to highlight one of the events that's happening this Sunday, Comunidad en la Placita in the city of Berkeley, which I've been fortunate to be on the steering committee for, and I'm actually surprised I'm seeing the event. So I hope everybody can come out. We're going to be doing a special honor for Dr. Garcia, introducing you to the Berkeley community and having a lot of great community members there from the Latinx community and from Berkeley. It's at Civic Center Park in downtown Berkeley, right next to City Hall, from 12 to 5. And so it's a family event. So bring your family, bring your kids, bring your students. We're going to have a lot of opportunities for folks to get more information about housing, about health. We're going to have the Multicultural Institute. They're doing COVID testing and providing rapid PCR tests. And so it's going to be a lot of fun. We've been working really hard to plan this and to do it really well. It's been about 3 or 4 years, I think, since we've done it, just due to COVID and other factors. And so we're really excited to bring this back to our community.
Sounds like fun. Student Trustee Latino?
I just want to say something real quick. Back in August, I was able to attend the student trustee workshop, and I really enjoyed it. We learned a lot, and I know a lot of the other student trustees said really kind words about Trustee Linda Handy. who spoke at the conference. And there was especially one quote that she said that really resonated with a lot of the student trustees, which is not my circus, not my monkeys. So we just really enjoyed having our time there. And we learned a lot with policies and operations and all that, and just delved more into our role as a student trustee. And I really enjoyed it. And President Garcia and the ASBCC President Mazen, they pretty much said everything as well about our food pantry. That's every Thursday from 12:20 to 3 in the BCC atrium. So students are free to come down and grab free groceries. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Student Trustee Latino. Student Trustee Hogan?
Yes, I would like to say a few words. I would like to thank you all for having me there today. It was a great opportunity to meet most of you guys and most of everyone in person. I'm very excited about the upcoming trip to Washington, D.C. with Trustee Handy. I appreciate the district for allowing this to happen. It is a great opportunity. I hope this is something that will continue to happen year after year, because it's very, I can't even explain how happy I am to be a part of this. I know it's late, but thank you all for just everything. And I was also able to attend the student trustee workshop with Trustee Handy speaking, and it was a great opportunity, a great learning experience to be able to meet mostly all of the student trustees across California. Great opportunity there. And again, it was great seeing most of you today, and I hope I can come back to the dais and sit there again. Thank you all.
It's great meeting you in person today, Student Trustee Hogan.
Just one comment, Student Trustee Hogan, don't you want to make an announcement about that and working at the state level?
Excuse me? Okay, I couldn't hear what you said.
I said, did you want to make an announcement about working with the CCLC League at the state level?
Oh my God, yes. I'm actually gonna, because I'm going on the, I'll be at the conference in DC. I'm gonna miss the first meeting, but I didn't know that I was actually appointed that position because my emails are going to spam. But yes, I am excited about the new role with that position. I appreciate your endorsement for me to be on that board. I take it as a learning opportunity, and I'm just excited to be able to learn more and to be more of an asset to this to my community by being more just versed in every aspect of public planning and public policies. I appreciate the opportunity. I really do. And thank you for reminding me about that, Chancellor Jackson. I have so much on my plate nowadays, I forget. And I apologize for not being able to come speak to you today too. To thank you personally for that.
Thank you. In fact, I'm going to encourage you to get in touch with Mark Johnson so we can put something out in our gyms highlighting that, because it's an honor to be asked.
Yes,
to be the student representative to work with the league. So
yes.
Congratulations.
I'm very, very honored. I really appreciate the opportunity. I'm almost in disbelief that all of this is happening. So it's just a great opportunity, and I appreciate every bit of it. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I do not have a report, but before we do announcements, I'm just going to give the floor to Dr. Jones for a second to maybe just in honor of Mr. Jim Gordon.
Thank you, President Napoli Abella-Rees. definitely finding ourselves here a little too often. But I just want to say that everyone at Merritt College is finding comfort in the memories and time that we did have with Jim. And I think it's just a reminder. It underscores, it dramatizes the importance of the fact that we have to really, even though we very difficult jobs, and sometimes we don't always see things the same way, but at the end of the day, the relationships and being able to work together for the greater good is what it's really all about. And I think Jim exemplified that in the way that he carried himself and lived. So I appreciate being able to close this meeting in his honor.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move to announcements. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Number one announcement, late start classes are still available at all 4 colleges, so you can visit peralta.edu to enroll. The Citizens Bond Measure Oversight Committee will be meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, September 14th at 5:30 via Zoom. For Zoom details, please visit the Build Peralta website at build.peralta.edu. Number 3, the Peralta Community College District is very proud to celebrate Latinx Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th. There are events happening at all of the colleges. Please visit the college websites for dates and details for specific events. Number 4, save the date on November 10th for our strategic planning charrette, an opportunity to engage with our community to inform our future plans. The charrette will be at Laney College from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Thank you, Vice President Delphine Polk. And with that, let us adjourn and we will see you either next week for a special meeting or we'll see you in 2 weeks. Good night, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you.